The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the September 18th, 2025 administrative briefing and work session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with me for a moment of silence. Thank you. I'll now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first. We will leave a legacy of success. I now turn it over to Attorney Powers to explain the rules for this public workshop. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Thank you, Chair Conrad. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules. Chair Conrad?
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Good morning, Ms. Martinez-Young. Would you please provide the proof of publication?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Notice for the September 18th, 2025 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on September 5th, 2025. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Brewer.
Good morning.
Would you like to introduce item 4.1 for our beginning our discussion on strategic plan for update on goal 3?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. As you know, we are providing updates to the Achieve 2026 plan. We have already provided updates to Goal 1 and Goal 2, and today we will hear from the Human Resources team led by Mrs. Wantanisha Morant. She's the Executive Director, and also Melissa Connor. She's the Executive Director of K-12. But as you can see, we have a pretty sea of red in the audience, so thank you all for being here.
Yes, and I was going to say, everybody's going to have to up their game because Goal 3 has really elevated the presentation. So really enjoy that you all are all in red. It's nice to be able to see you and identify you as a team. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and good morning, and thank you, Dr. Brewer, and good morning, Chair Conrad and school board members. So yes, we are very excited to share updates, and definitely our Sea of Red is just testament to our one team, one mission. Before that, individually, we were one band, one sound. So we like to work together, and we're showing that today. As shared by Dr. Brewer, I am joined today by Mrs. Connor, the Executive Director of K-12 Academics and the Human Resources Leadership Team. And today, we are very excited to provide updates related to the Achieve 2026 Strategic Goal 3, Talent Management. Goal 3, talent management, is to ensure that all students have access to highly effective and diverse teachers, administrators, and support staff. The Human Resources and Professional Leadership and Learning teams are tasked with several essential objectives that strive to not only recruit and retain quality staff, but also to ensure our learners benefit from effective and diverse team members. There are currently 6 outcome metrics being used to gauge and elevate our movement in meeting this objective. Our metrics include data related to in-field certified teachers, retention rates, ESC self-contained staffing, and staff development. Our first outcome metric seeks to increase the percentage of in-field certified teachers in the classroom. Research shows that highly effective classroom teachers are one of the most influential components of ensuring students' achievement and academic success. Our target to be reached by 2026 is to increase the percentage of in-field certified classroom teachers from our baseline of 92% to our target of 97%. In an effort to further support our out-of-field teachers on their pathway to meeting all certification requirements, we have increased our communication, guidance, and available resources. We have also expanded various pathways and opportunities in partnership with the College of Central Florida and CareerSource, which we'll share more details about later in this presentation. Another outcome metric is to improve the retention rate of instructional personnel from 89%, which was our baseline data point in 2021, to 94% by 2026. We recognize that all staff play a part in the success of our school district and contribute to ensuring every student's success. As such, we added the emphasized focus not only on the retention of instructional personnel, but we want to have an increased focus on the retention rate of all staff. Our baseline was 88%, and it's maintained for 2025. We are striving to increase this retention rate to 94% as well. And you'll hear about some of the amazing initiatives and partnerships that we are forging to help increase our retention rate. The talent management goal also tasks the Human Resources team with helping to reduce the number of ESC self-contained instructional positions that remain vacant at the date certain of FTE Survey 2. This year, that date is October 6th. However, for today's presentation, we are using the end of 2024-25 fiscal year, and we recognize an increase to 13%. However, we do plan to do another data poll after Survey 2, in which we expect improved results. Recognizing that intentional communication with employees and potential employees is paramount, whether that be through career fairs, social media, radio ads, billboards, the MCPS website, or other intentional and impactful recruitment efforts. Currently, 115 of applications submitted indicated that one of these intentional efforts is what brought them to the MCPS Careers website page. We have well surpassed our goal of 27,000 and will continue to market and promote MCPS to ensure we continue to see an increase. Lastly, implementing innovative professional learning opportunities positively supports the efforts in retaining and growing a positive and effective workforce. A goal of 100% was set for staff that begin a career pathway and completed annually. In this case, the career pathway being referenced is for assistant principals pursuing Level 2 principal certification. This data was pulled to match this metric in order to match with previously pulled data. We're proud to share that the goal of 100% completion has been reached. We consistently utilize these outcome metrics to drive our work as we implement practices related to each priority strategy. Our objectives and priority strategies are essential to not only talent management, but also student success. Priority Strategy A tasks our team with the goal of strengthening recruitment of highly qualified teachers, administrators, and staff. We have centered our efforts around 3 key elements: recruiting opportunities, promoting Marion County Public Schools, and grow our own. Each of these key elements strive to reduce vacancy needs and increase recruitment and retention, all with the focus of achieving not only Goal 3 talent management, but also in achieving our district's core goal of student success to ensure that every student is a graduate. I'm happy to now turn it over to Mrs. Tanya Nunn, our HR recruitment coordinator, and Dr. Anissa Brockington, the Director of Talent Management, to share additional information regarding the great work that has been done in our plans for the future.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Our first key element in recruiting opportunities. Human Resources in the Marion County Public Schools recruitment team has created and enhanced targeted creative recruiting opportunities to proactively and effectively enlist an army of all to positively impact learner success. We continue to actively recruit teachers both in and out of state, and the logos shown represent a snapshot of the colleges and universities we have proudly engaged with this year. This approach continues to help us to attract diverse and qualified pool of candidates with varying backgrounds, experiences, and teaching styles. We're connecting with graduating students who have been trained in the latest educational practices and are eager to make an impact. Building partnerships with universities enhances our reputation as a desirable and supportive district for new educators. Last year, we implemented new recruitment opportunities to attract top teaching talent by organizing monthly teacher hiring fairs. These recruiting events were designed to connect us with dedicated educators who were ready to make a difference in our schools and county. As part of this initiative, this year we launched 2 virtual teacher hiring fairs using Career Fair Plus. On February the 28th, we hosted 44 booked interviews, followed by another fair on March 28th with 23 booked interviews, allowing us to connect with highly quality candidates from near and far in a fresh, innovative way. These fairs complemented our in-person teaching hiring fair that was held on March 17th, which successfully welcomed over 150 attendees. While we had multiple teacher fairs planned to support our recruitment effort, unforeseen circumstances limited us to hosting only 1 event this year. Our sponsors included Career Source, ESS, Truly Nolan Pest Control, who sponsored the t-shirts for the entire HR team, and Grand Canyon University. We are happy to share that in partnerships with Career Source in Marion County Hospital District, Our career camp is transforming from a 3-day event to a streamlined one-day experience to better accommodate candidates' schedules while still providing meaningful preparation and support. This change allows us to focus our efforts on equipping attendees with the tools and confidence they need to succeed at our upcoming Winter Career Fair scheduled for December the 4th. With 275 attendees at last year's fair, this initiative plays a vital role in strengthening our recruitment pipeline and ensuring Marion County Public Schools remain a top destination for talented educators. So what's new in recruiting? Talent Management is excited to unveil new recruitment materials to support our efforts in attracting top talent to Marion County Public Schools. This year's theme, "It Starts and Ends with Students in Marion County Public Schools," drives our mission to recruit those who will make the greatest impact. Our refreshed tools include a fan brochure, which you should have on your dais. Yes. Eye-catching yard signs, a new step and repeat backdrop, rack card that you all should also have on your dais. Brand new employee perks page on our district website. Plus, we're launching the Morsels with Marion Chat and Chew event to build meaningful connections with our community over light refreshments at rotating schools or community centers, all the while rebooting our recruitment kits to better support hiring efforts across our schools. Mission Possible, celebrating our team, building our future. Mission Possible is our exciting new staff appreciation program designed to celebrate the incredible dedication of our team. Every quarter, random winners will receive surprise prizes as a thank you for the hard work they bring to Marion County Public Schools. The purpose goes beyond prizes. It's part of how we build engagement, strengthen morale, and showcase Marion County Public Schools as a great place to work. It supports both retaining great staff and attracting new talent by showing how much we value our team. I'm proud to share that many of these prizes were donated by local businesses. Their generosity not only rewards our employees, but also builds stronger community connections, creating a sense of shared mission and support for public education. We believe that recognition fuels motivation. So Mission Possible proves that when we celebrate our staff, we strengthen our future because we are one team and one mission. Our second key element is promoting Marion County Public Schools. Human Resources and the Marion County Public Schools recruitment team will continue to work proactively and innovatively to promote Marion County Public Schools in order to effectively attract quality, diverse candidates to our district and fill vacancies for learner success. I'm excited to share how we're elevating our efforts to attract and retain top talent. This year, we are continuing to promote our district through strategic marketing strategies, including TV20, Lamar Advertising, which is our billboards, Career Source, CLM, Livestream, social media, and HR newsletters. We're launching newly refreshed recruitment kits for all schools. These kits are created to better support site-based recruitment efforts. These kits will feature a poster, a box of we're hiring cards, a brochure, yard signs, and display signs. The 2 new elementary schools will receive Chromebooks, while all the other schools already have Chromebooks, a tablet, or laptop in place to assist candidates with applying for positions. As these Chromebooks were previously provided to every school with the exception of the new schools. Aligned with our talent management theme, it starts and ends with students. These refreshed kits will have a 3-year shelf life. They will be monitored through an annual audit to ensure they remain effective tools in attracting high-quality candidates for our Marion County Public Schools family. In addition to our recruitment kits, we continue to advertise various hard-to-fill positions on various websites such as Better Team, which allows us to reach candidates both within and beyond our county and state. Recently, we successfully filled our Chief Financial Officer and Financial Director positions with candidates who sought us out, proof that it's helping to connect us with high-quality talent through over 100-plus job boards.
Ooh, a lot has been done. This is awesome. All right, our efforts to promote MCPS has proven to be fruitful, as you've heard from Ms. Nunn. We received several responses from applicants to the question, how did you hear about us? In review of the data, we learned the following. Almost 70% of our applicants who answered the question, how did you hear about us, shared that they learned about our opportunities via career fair announcements, postings on social media like Facebook and YouTube, postings on employment sites like Indeed and LinkedIn, their college, and our surrounding partners such as CareerSource and the Chamber of Economic Partnership. While the remaining 30% noted that other sources such as via a friend or a relative, their child's school, or our internal platforms such as IceCaps, emails, and Skylert. Our hope is that we will build and expand upon our presence and engagement as we continue to improve and enhance our web pages, our marketing approaches and materials, and maximize our automated resources. Ms. Nunn?
Our final key element, and perhaps our most important, is grow our own. Human resources in the Marion County Public Schools recruitment team will strategically and frequently evaluate pipeline and pathway opportunities in order to recruit and retain quality team members to positively impact learner success. As part of our Grow Your Own initiative, we're investing in the future of education by engaging students early through high school career fairs and our Future Educator Academy at Vanguard High School. In addition, through a collaboration with CareerSource, 200 current teachers received the Pathway to Permanent Scholarship, and they are currently enrolled at the College of Central Florida to help them transition from a temporary to a professional teaching certificate, strengthening both our recruitment and retention efforts across the district.
So last year, we shared a variety of strategies or initiatives we plan to implement to help us move the needle. Here's an update on our progress. We launched our It Starts and Ends with Students campaign, inclusive of the following initiatives or projects. Our facelift to our recruiting and careers page is underway. We've held true to our goal of creating a one-stop experience for applicants and have accomplished the following to date. We worked closely with our IT team to embed a career events calendar that is prominently positioned on our careers page. Applicants can now view what's happening, when, and begin planning to attend or participate in one or more of our hiring or recruitment events. We've compiled a list of all of our known perks and incentives and created a central space or web page where applicants and employees can view what we offer for future and existing Marion County Public Schools team members. We've outlined the steps that our applicants will need to complete to join our team with a link to the Career Spotlight videos to learn firsthand about our targeted roles and what motivates them to do what they do every day. We've created a FAQ page, resource page to answer applicants and new hires' most pressing and general onboarding and compensation-related questions so that they know what to expect, as well as get a head start on their career journey with us. We've also strengthened our internal partnerships. We tapped our internal subject matter experts, and what a difference a little tapping can make. Our strengthened partnership with our communications department helped to ensure that our district job fairs were marketed in a timely and efficient manner. Our marketing strategy involved early and adequate notice for applicants, posting on our main landing page banner, social media announcements, and internal and community-wide messaging. We leaned into the expertise of our community friends on our Career Spotlight project, which features some of our most effective internal team members across the district. If an applicant is ever wondering how rewarding working with students can be, all they need to do is take a moment to view Mrs. Hawkins, the food service manager at Wanamina Park, video where it's evident how she feels about her impact and on NCPS students. Mrs. Nunn shared earlier how we've begun setting ourselves apart from our competition with the rollout of our consistent and engaging branding materials, highlighting not only what it's like to work in NCPS, but also what it will be like to live and play here too. This year, we have some exciting initiatives planned that speak directly to our efforts to improve our internal work processes by decreasing waste and increasing our efficiencies. In the past, we've had a cumbersome management process in place. Prior to January, submitting a request was a cumbersome process involving multiple emails, the completion of a hard copy and scanning of forms, plus a tedious reporting process. In January, TM piloted their phase 1 of its electronic unit request forms process. Between January and June, the Unit Control Committee reviewed 107 unit requests from site and district-based administrators, 47 exchange requests, and 60 new additional unit requests. Incorporating this electronic component to help manage the forms has enabled the committee to analyze and make decisions in a more effective and efficient manner. About 90% of our principals who submitted a request during phase 1 of the pilot expressed a satisfaction level of extremely satisfied and satisfied with using these forms. Aside from the satisfaction level, talent management experienced positive results with the overall tracking of these forms and the year-end summative review process, which was a collaborative effort between their area superintendents to reassess their site's needs for the upcoming year. Phase 2. This year, we plan to roll out the second phase of the pilot in partnership with Finance and Employment Services. The second phase enables us to use an existing district platform, Skyward, to submit and route the request to all impacted stakeholders. This final phase will help us prepare the district for the district-wide rollout of site-based budgeting scheduled for fiscal year 27 to all of our sites. The registration page mock-up that you see is just a sneak peek of the NCPS's first ever career fair web-based registration process. Applicants will be able to express their interest in attending any of our district-sponsored events, share with others, and receive timely reminders and notifications from this system. Talent management will be able to build its local fairs through this homegrown page, monitor interests, report out in a more efficient and effective manner, and engage with applicants as often as needed pre and post a scheduled event. We've also partnered with our IT team on the automation of our exit survey process and our new hire survey process. Currently, both processes are completed manually by the Office of Recruiting. Automation will decrease the time taken to filter through separation reports and draft and send individual emails, resulting in a quicker response time to address any high risk concerning feedback. I'll now turn this over to Mrs. Melissa Connor, Executive Director of K-12 Academics.
Thank you. I'm excited to be part of the team to wear red today too, so I appreciate that from Ms. Morant. Priority strategy B is to implement the innovative professional learning opportunities to reinforce a focus on retaining a positive and effective workforce. So as we go through this, we have the Department of Education that has identified and established the professional learning standards that we use to ensure high-quality professional learning for our educators. These standards are organized into 5 domains. They each encompass specific standards and indicators, such as the foundation of leadership, the role of leaders in developing capacity, creating support systems, and advocating for professional learning to enhance educator practice and student outcomes. The professional learning needs with our needs assessment involves using data to analyze, prioritize, and plan for continuous improvement in educator practice. As we work through professional learning resources, we focus on maximizing and monitoring the use of the resources to continually improve that effort. Learning outcomes ensure that professional learning opportunities align with learning needs by students and intended changes for educators. The designs utilize research and evidence-based learning designs to continue to improve those, as well as implementation by providing multiple opportunities to apply the new learning. The final part is evaluating the professional learning by including formative and summative evaluations of the professional learning's effectiveness in creating our educators' knowledge, changing disposition and practices, and improving outcomes for our students. During last school year, over 150,000 points were earned towards MCPS employees through our Canvas professional learning platform. Participants registered and they had a total of 212,678 credits available to them, and they earned about 71% of the total points available. They were not awarded, or in instances where they weren't awarded would indicate where a participant enrolled in a course and either did not attend or had to withdraw for some specific reason. Training credits for those that don't count towards recertification but must be completed, such as mandatory trainings at the beginning of the year, are also included on here, as well as in-service credits and the general credits teachers use for recertification purposes. 120 are required for the recertification every 5 years, of which 20 must be in the area of students with disabilities. So you can see there the 120 in-service credits, 20 students with disabilities credits, and up to 300 ESOL credits, and that's the required certification number for points depending on the students that you teach. Reading credits are also up there depending on areas of certification, and 20 educational leadership points for those students who have educational leadership on their certificates. Completed courses during the school year from last year, it represents the number of employees in each job category who completed at least one professional learning course through Marion County Public Schools. This slide reflects the number of participants who have benefited from a course requirement for certification or recertification free of charge. The 23-24 and 24-25 numbers reflect annual completion, and the 25-26 reflect current enrollment for cycle 1. And depending on the participation, we are scheduled to run 4 cycles for those in the last column. The Professional Leadership and Learning Department recognizes the importance of establishing clear pathways for pre-service educators to connect with our school district. In our high school, students continue to enroll in those courses that focus on foundational teaching and learning frameworks, and there's been an increase in interns in both the district and universities through our paraprofessional to teacher pipeline. There is currently one less articulation agreement this school year. One university did not renew its agreement as they don't currently have any students in Marion County. Additionally, 2 schools didn't return emails regarding the renewals. One school was added to our articulation agreement, which was Ana G. Mendez University, and one school, Valdosta State, is awaiting signature, so that should bring us back up to 14. Induction and mentoring support. So this chart reflects the data from our induction and mentoring program for novice and early career educators. This year, 109 instructional employees attended Great Beginnings, up from 101 last year. And despite having fewer novice educators, there was an increase in participation due to communication from and between the Professional Learning Department, Employment Services, Talent Management, and of course, our school sites. This event welcomed educators who are new to Marion County Public Schools. It sets up the year for our induction and mentoring program. The mismatched numbers between mentors and novice educators is a result of specialized cohorts in which one mentor might work with various teachers in special areas like art, music, PE, or guidance. The large difference in early career educators for 24-25 versus the previous and subsequent years is the result of a lag in paperwork completion, and we've remedied that situation also. This year, we are also proud to highlight the possibility of 4 teachers serving as teachers of records in Marion County under the temporary teacher internship certification. The 5-year non-renewable certificate introduced on September 1st of 2023 by DOE, allows individuals enrolled in state-approved teacher prep programs who have not yet earned their bachelor's degree to teach while completing their education, and all certificate holders are required to pass their subject area exams. Just a side note, sorry, I know you're doing a really good job, but just a side note on induction of mentoring and support. Our group of folks in professional leadership and learning have actually been asked to present at the state level regarding our induction and mentoring program, so we are used as a model. That's very exciting for us. We just got that information, so I can give more information as we go on with that. These are the strategies that we're using to increase our professional learning options and support. Our school-based face-to-face option for mandatory trainings, we really wanted to be sure and give school principals and directors a choice on how to deliver that mandatory training. Instead of being on Canvas, some schools and sites chose to do it face-to-face at the beginning of their preschool services, where they were going over these exact same trainings anyway. So instead of being redundant, we were able hopefully to take some of that off of their plate. Again, this is a choice for our schools and sites, as they don't have to do one specifically. And we have, of course, record keeping and auditing for these trainings via our attestation form. Sorry. The courses that don't have option for face-to-face completion but are required, the DCF courses, the Title IX courses, and the seizures, are those for which certificates are generated by a participant from an outside entity. So those would be the ones that we weren't able to offer the other way. All right, I will now turn it over to Ms. DeWanna Gary, the Director for Employee Relations.
Good morning. Priority Strategy C focuses on minimizing the disruption caused by staff absences, ensuring that schools remain stable and students continue to thrive academically and emotionally. The Employee Relations Office partners closely with schools and departments to ensure legal compliance and to support a stable, inclusive workforce while minimizing disruptions to student learning. Our team provides guidance to schools and departments in complying with the Family and Medical Leave Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, ensuring employees receive the support they need under federal law. Through this collaboration, we provide technical guidance and support that enables schools to navigate complex employee medical needs with confidence and care. By accommodating medical needs, the district reduces staff absences and promotes stability in instruction and operations. These efforts also promote equitable access to employment opportunities for a diverse and talented workforce. Creating an inclusive work environment means proactively identifying and removing barriers that may prevent pregnant employees or those with temporary or permanent disabilities from fully participating in the workplace. We work to remove those barriers, enabling full participation in the work environment. When accommodations are needed, we facilitate a compassionate and comprehensive interactive process to ensure employees and applicants receive the support necessary to perform their job duties effectively. The interactive process is a collaborative approach to accommodations tailored to both individual and operational needs. While our primary goal is to keep employees actively engaged in their roles through appropriate accommodations, we recognize that health conditions may sometimes prevent an employee from working. In such cases, we implement leave as a reasonable accommodation, balancing the needs of our staff with those of the district. Ultimately, our efforts help the district attract, retain, and support a qualified workforce while fostering a stable, inclusive, and equitable educational environment for all. At this time, Mr. Chris Carlisle, Supervisor of Employment Services, will explain substitute services that are available when employees are unable to work.
Employment Services Division is proud to partner with ESS for substitute services on behalf of the district. ESS launched service to the district in January 2024. A 3-member team on location in the district coordinates the hiring and onboarding of substitutes while also supporting substitutes in school sites throughout the year. One team member is responsible for facilitating the hiring process, while 2 more team members are in the field visiting schools on a daily basis. In addition to the 3-member team, ESS staffs a trainer with prior educational experience who provides classroom management training during new hire sessions to ensure substitutes are properly trained for the classroom. We're very appreciative of the daily collaboration with our ESS team in ensuring our classrooms experience educational continuity when there is a need for coverage because the teacher isn't able to be there or the site is in the process of hiring a teacher for the classroom. This includes daily staffing as well as long-term staffing. When there's a concern regarding a substitute service to the site, the team works with the administration to ensure the needs of the school and students are met, which may include a request for additional training, for example. The ESS team is quick acting to provide the opportunity for continued support of the district through the role of a substitute teacher when we have a teacher who may have to step away from the district due to certification requirements. Additionally, ESS is very supportive when a substitute teacher has the opportunity to become a full-time employee of the district. We're pleased to share that the fill rate for the entire 24-25 school year was 87% for a total of 44,065 requests. This is a 4% increase in fill rate over the 23-24 school year, while covering an additional 5,829 vacancies. The average number of daily requests was 250, which is a 16% increase over the previous year. There are currently a total of 745 ESS substitutes, with 657 of those being hired since we partnered with ESS in January of 24. This is a 170% increase as compared to the district substitute pool that moved over to ESS. ESS team recruits for hiring substitutes within our district at special events. During the 24-25 school year, they attended 2 of the district's hiring fairs, the career fair at Forest High School, and several back-to-school nights and school open houses. At the end of the 24-25 school year, the ESS team disseminated their end-of-the-year report cards to the administrators of all school sites. 74% of submitted sites scored ESS with a rating of A, and 26% selected a rating of B, for an overall total of 100% of sites rating ESS with an A or B average. Through the report card process, sites had the opportunity to provide feedback. One site secretary shared, "We are truly blessed with subs who respond in a timely manner. They are always willing to cover any type of class. Our ESS management team is also very supportive, responding to my emails and phone calls to address any issues we may have." Another site shared, "We love ESS taking over the sub program. ESS team is always friendly and helpful. The subs we work with are amazing and always willing to jump in and help." ESS team continuously reviews system-wide data and analyzes what it means for our schools. They're actively working in the field to interact with administrators and support staff to understand the needs of the sites and explore ways to meet those needs. As we prepared for the 25-26 school year, we worked with ESS to develop a strategy to help increase the fill rates at some of our harder-to-fill schools. Thanks to the approval of the board, we have instituted a hard-to-fill rate at 10 of our schools. Principals at these schools were very excited about this new strategy, and we're confident it will result in increased fill rates at these schools. I would like to welcome Mr. Brent Carson, Director of Professional Practices, to introduce our final priority strategy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Our final priority strategy tasks the Human Resources team with building stronger practices for human capital management. The Florida Clearinghouse is a system created by the state to streamline and centralize background screening for employees and contractors working with vulnerable populations, including children, elderly individuals, and disabled persons. The database is managed by the Agency for Healthcare Administration and combines background checks from various agencies, making it easier for organizations and individuals to comply with state requirements for Level 2 background screenings, which we are required to do by statute. As you know, we began our transition into utilization of the clearinghouse when it went live in April of this year. To address this, the district purchased 3 live scan fingerprinting machines. 2 of them are used by Employment Services to handle our newly hired employees. The other machine is utilized by the Professional Practices Department to capture the fingerprints of our current employees. Current employees are categorized into 3 groups based on the date of their most recent rescreening. Employees last screened on or before June 30th of 2021 were required to be screened by June 30th, 2025. We had a little over 1,400 employees in this group. Through the hard work of the professional practices team, we were able to enter all but 9 of those folks in that group by the required date. The last 9 employees are on leave and will be captured once they are released to return to duty. The other 2 groups of employees that must be printed were either last screened between July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, or those screened after July 1st, 2022. It is our goal to combine these 2 groups and screen all 5,000 remaining employees during this school year. We have already begun this process by printing various departments during the summer months. As we did last year, we are sending our team out to individual schools to make the process as easy as possible for our employees. This method seemed to work very well last year, so we are continuing with it this year. If all goes according to plan, we will have captured all of our current employees by the end of June 2026. This is a very large undertaking, but we are committed to making this process go smoothly with the smallest amount of disruption as possible to the operations of the district. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation back over to Mr. Carlaw.
All right, the Employment Services Division team consists of 25 staff members supporting almost 7,000 employees and all applicants recommended for hire with Marion County Public Schools, as well as those being recommended by charter schools and agencies contracting for services with the district. Employment Services Division is comprised of teams that support instructional positions, a wide variety of non-instructional positions, and certificated positions. Additionally, we have a dedicated team that monitors employee evaluation compliance, charter school employees, and contracted employees. The employee profiles and employment data for these areas is managed by our records department. Lastly, we have a supporting team operating the front office and managing the department functions. Not pictured on this slide is our dedicated personnel specialist that works with all of our administrative, confidential, and district staff. The work of the Employment Services Division includes the following: ensuring that incoming and current employees meet and maintain certification requirements, processing supplemented and volunteer coaches, employee supplements, and stipends, managing employee contracts and annual salary updates, maintaining employee profiles and data in Skyward and submitting data as required by the Florida Department of Education, managing personnel items to be submitted for board approval, managing and implementing the annual staffing timeline for instructional, non-instructional, administrative, and district specialized personnel, supporting the hiring for summer school positions, supporting the evaluation process and platform for all instructional employees, principals, and assistant principals, as well as annual evaluations for all other positions in the district, creating and maintaining over 85 employee calendars, preparing employment verifications for current and previous employees, filling public records requests and subpoenas, providing badges for newly hired employees and managing district-wide requests for badges, and providing excellent customer service for all stakeholders of the district. This includes providing bilingual support to ensure everyone reaching out to our office, as well as those being hired, have their questions answered and obtain the information they need regarding employment with Marion County Public Schools. New during the 25-26 school year, the Employment Services Division will now oversee the Marion County Public Schools administrative pool, which includes both our principal and assistant principal pools. We look forward to overseeing this important function for the district, and our goal moving forward is to recruit and welcome the most qualified future administrators from within our district and across the state of Florida. To this end, we'll be partnering with our talent management department to ensure that this opportunity is advertised throughout the state of Florida during both our fall and spring targeted selection periods. Additionally, the screening process places a priority on practical experiences, providing candidates with the opportunity to engage in real-world performance tasks to show aptitude and share their professional experiences with a panel of current MCPS principals. Lastly, we have streamlined our reciprocity procedures for current principals and assistant principals from across the state of Florida and nationally. We're excited to share that over the summer, we admitted 8 new candidates into our principal pool and 17 new candidates into our assistant principal pool. Employment Services Division continuously evaluates our procedures to support a customer-focused approach of best practices for applicants, employees, and hiring authorities. For example, the Employment Services Division maintains a hiring resource manual, which is a one-stop shop for the benefit of hiring authorities and their support staff. This manual includes links to resources and guides in support of the hiring process. The Employment Services Division is currently working with our technology department to explore the use of automated employment history checks. This will further streamline the process of checking the employment history of our applicants, and we're excited about this potential opportunity. Applicants attend new hire sessions in a room here at MTI where they complete their onboarding session and have their employment identification badge picture taken. This site can hold approximately 25 applicants for a larger new hire session. It is centrally located and provides an ideal space for conducting the sessions for both applicants and our team presenters. The lab space in Employment Services office has laptops available to new hires and current employees in support of the application process, and allows them also to complete the online Canvas new hire courses if they need it. Employment Services Division and Human Resources Department offer training for those who support hiring and employment processes. This includes presenting a quarterly hiring authority training to review the process from establishing a position to the posting of a position and hiring of an applicant. ESD also trains new secretaries new to the position and also presents at secretary meetings to provide current pertinent information. Summer school training is presented for administrators and secretaries, and the team supporting Marion County Instructional Evaluation System trains administrators on the evaluation system, components, and software platform. Our certification department communicates consistently with our instructional staff relating to state of Florida certification requirements and upcoming deadlines. These communications include the certification newsletter, email communications, and personal phone calls. During the 24-25 school year, our certification specialists alone received over 2,100 phone calls from teachers, administrators, former employees, and various other stakeholders. Not listed on this slide, but in the early planning stages, is an effort to streamline our employment verification procedures and move them from an email and paper-based system to a virtual option. This transition should be more efficient for hiring authorities and staff who need employment verifications for loan forgiveness and financial transactions. The Employment Services Division works with school sites and departments to support the hiring and onboarding of employees new to the district. During the 24-25 school year, the Employment Services Division processed over 9,000 individual personnel action requests, otherwise known as PARs. Of those, 1,381 were new hires to our district. This included 470 instructional employees, 870 non-instructional employees, 29 district specialized personnel, and 12 administrators. These applicants attended a new hire session, completed fingerprinting and drug screening, submitted required paperwork, and completed an online Canvas course. Each ESD team facilitates these steps, ensuring applicants have everything they need to complete the new hire process. The average time for the total onboarding process is approximately 7 to 10 days. This timeline represents the number of days from the point of the applicant being recommended for hire to the completion of the onboarding process when the employee is ready to be in their new role. A variance in the length of time to process a new hire is directly impacted by the scheduling of the new hire session. To best meet the new hire's applicant's needs, meaning certification requirements and submission of required documents. For example, while the office strives to schedule a new hire session the next day or as soon as possible, it may take several days before an applicant can attend a new hire session, or an applicant may request to reschedule a new hire session date. Certification review process may require additional steps Drug testing results may take longer to be returned, or clearance may be delayed due to pending submission of required documents. Throughout this process, my ESD team focuses on supporting applicants and sites to ensure all processing through our office is efficient and streamlined through every facet within our control. In every facet of service, Employment Services Division seeks to provide exemplary customer service to all stakeholders as our daily work supports the operation of the district and its primary function of helping every student succeed. And now I would like to bring back Ms. Morant to the podium.
As you can see, much work has been done, but there is still much to do. Grounded in the belief that recruiting and retaining the right people in the right positions, providing support, and growing the capacity of all employees will ensure that every student succeeds, and we remain committed to moving this work forward. Together, as one team with one mission, we are focused on achieving Goal 3 and advancing the success of all our students. I would like to pause really quick, though. So you saw today, we of course had Mrs. Kiner and the HR leadership team. However, the work that's been done, the work that's been presented, we really just lead the work. The work is really done by all of the staff in HR, all of the staff in professional leadership and learning, and I know they are watching right now. So I want to take a moment to thank each and every staff member for the work that they do. It's behind the scenes, but they work hard so we're able to get up and share the great work. Also want to thank Carrabba's. If you see the box that you have that has a cookie that's donated from them, they also, along with Texas Roadhouse at the beginning of school, donated cookies and a gift box to every single principal. That was delivered by our HR team as a pick-me-up to the beginning of the school year, so wanted to thank them for that. And with that, we thank you, Dr. Brewer and board members, for your time and allowing us to present on behalf of Goal 3 Talent Management.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to the board in just a minute for comments and questions, but I just have one thing that I want to share. This last year, over the summer, I had to renew my certificate, and that team is phenomenal, just phenomenal. You walk in the door, she knows everything that you have to do. She knows, it just really made it so easy to do. So I just wanted to say, first off, kudos to that part of your team. They do an excellent job. I have firsthand experience. So with that, I'll open it up to the board. Yes, Ms. Thrower.
Thanks. I'll just piggyback. I recertified last year, I think, and it was easy. So it is a partnership, truly. The one that's being certified or recertified has to do their part and be timely, and then we have to reinforce that by expediting the process as much as we can. And it really does just seem to be an ever-improving process, even though there's so many more steps and regulations now than there ever used to be. So thank you very much for that. As I was listening to the presentation, I was thinking about all of the pathways and opportunities that have been expanded and created in the last few years. And that's really near and dear to my heart, because I started as a para and worked my way arguably up. I like to say down because it's in the classroom where the magic really happens, and we all support that. But I really do sincerely believe that when a good employee joins us, there's so many opportunities and reasons for them to stay. As your interests change, as your career evolves, and just providing that stability, providing the opportunities that then create the stability to keep our wonderful people inspired and doing what they do best, which may change over time. So I love the direction that you're going. I'm so appreciative, and it just means everything to this community because we're a pretty big employer. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thrower. Dr. Campbell?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation today. I was just jotting down a few notes along the way. So just questions more than anything. One of the first things I wanted to mention towards the end of the presentation when Mr. Carlisle was talking about substitutes, something that stood out to me, and I think we all kind of had a little bit of an aha, that we had averaging about 250 a day. And I'm assuming that we're tracking the reasons for those. And that, yeah, so I'm just curious if there are things that we can do to help that not be such a need. Now, certainly, if someone is ill, if a family member is ill, okay, well, those are extenuating circumstances. But if it has to do with needing a mental health day or, not feeling safe at work or whatever it might be, are there things that we can do based on the data you're collecting?
Sure. So when a request for substitutes, when it is submitted, they do indicate the reason. A lot are vacancies, but some reasons may be field trip, or the teacher's on a TDE, or they're doing a staffing, or there's something else going on in the school. So we share that information out, so that way it's an opportunity to better plan for some of those things, but there's nothing specific that drills down to the reason for the teacher absence. It may be they called out sick, or they may have already had a pre-planned personal day or a mental health day, but it just really shows that it's a teacher absence in that example.
Okay, so we're not fully able to really find other than just illnesses and field trips and things like that, that there is some other extenuating circumstances.
It could be, but we can certainly, because we work with ESS directly in creating those categories, so we certainly, we meet with them on a regular basis. We can look at expanding the categories so we can better track those different detailed reasons, because a reason for a planned wedding is different than a mental health day, but for us right now it's tracked the same, but we can certainly look at expanding that to get better data.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
thank you
that's a
for
great idea.
considering that, just because I think that it could potentially speak to greater questions that we might be able to answer, and if we're having more than 5,000 substitutes a year, let's talk about what that looks like, and that might go in actually to a different goal. The safety and feeling safe at school, and for the employees as well as our students. So thank you for considering that. And
add one thing we've noticed, and we've kind of put a pin in, is they also drill down the data for us on the day of the week. And so that of course is going to increase the average. So most people, or the highest need for subs are on Fridays and Mondays, and then days after and before a holiday. So that does drive some of that as well, and some of that is, normal. You probably see it on the district side as well, but definitely will look at getting more categories so we can better address that.
Terrific. Thank you so much
Thank
on
you.
that. Just a couple of other comments / questions. I'm gonna, first of all, I'm gonna ask, did the communications team take a look at this when this was created? I'm just curious, did Mr. Christian or his department have anything to do with this piece of communication?
Yeah, they provided they helped us with the content that's in it.
Okay. All right. I'll just leave that as a question and not make any additional commentary. Because, well, actually, I will make additional commentary. The proofing of it, potentially, that I saw at least 2 or 3 typos just in a quick glance. So one reference of MCSP instead of PS. There's a couple of, so that's why I was curious if we had multiple eyes on it. Nevertheless, I did send a quick email to the email address in here because it doesn't actually have somebody's name. Thank you so much for responding, Ms. Gary. But I was curious because who that email address went to, so thank you on that. I also, not trying to pick on Mr. Christian, but whenever Ms. Connor was up here talking about induction, he and I have negative connotations to that word. And so I was just curious if, sorry, that's a reference back to college, just the word induction causes me to have heart palpitations because there are different times that we, so I'm assuming that everybody believes that induction is a positive thing. That's just, it's kind of a joke just back from college days. But induction is a tough word. I don't know if there's another way to say like introduction or something. That's just a little nuance for me. And then the final question that I had was, well, two final questions. We're going to be talking later about the workforce housing, obviously later today, so I'll put a pin in that. But I wanted to ask, just as I was flipping through here, how much we're selling Ocala, Marion County, and I did see a glimpse at that. I think that the further that we go expanding outside of the state of Florida, and I saw several schools that we're looking at and working with that are outside of the state of Florida, the more we're able to sell the way of life of Marion County, and the more we certainly have a glimpse at a picture of the Springs or something like that. But I mean, we have horses, obviously, but we have some world-renowned biking trails, and there's just lots of opportunities, I think, for us to sell Marion County more so than even just MCPS. And so however we can continue to evolve and expand what a Marion County way of life looks like, whether it's how the Tourism and Development Council Ocala Visitors Bureau is selling Marion County and how our language can mirror that. And maybe we're already making those kind of connections. But this is really thank you, Ms. Nunn, for standing up. This is really heavy on MCPS, which obviously it is. But as we're moving beyond just the state of Florida and certainly continuing to recruit outside, the more we can sell us as a community, I think will only continue to enhance our abilities.
Definitely, and we 100% agree with you, and that is one of the facets that we do focus on, is promoting not only MCPS, but Marion County, Ocala in general. So we do have, we shared the CEP, I forgot the exact name of it, we get all of those booklets, we share that. We also, and I don't know if I don't think we touched on this much this year, but we shared it a lot last year. We have also partnered with multiple housing, not agencies, but housing developments, and actually focusing on whether it's rent, home ownership, and actually pulling people here. So not just, hey, we want you to work with us, but this is how you can thrive. This is what you can do. This is where you can live. These are the neighborhoods. Mr. Ayers was so generous, and he created a huge map for us of all of the schools, because we can say North Marion and that means nothing to anyone. So exactly. So we have a big one that we take with us. But we do a lot with that's promoting just Marion County, even a separate brochure. Happy to share that with you as well. But we agreed, and we're in line with you on that thought.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And since you mentioned workforce, I know that'll just be a further conversation that we have later this afternoon, and there may not be much of an update, but continued interest in our own ability to provide workforce housing and how much more of a recruitment tool that will also be, especially for those newer folks coming right out of college and having really high price points for residential issues, and needing to have, even in our rent today, needing to have multiple roommates just so they can even survive. So the more we can get that conversation going, board, I know I'm very supportive of, and so we'll have that conversation later. But thank you guys. You guys do look great in those red shirts. And whenever we saw that on our team store, like where we could purchase red, I was like, I don't know about red. Y'all look great. I think you've sold me. I see that red is a good color for us. So thanks.
All right, thank you, Dr. Campbell. Dr. James?
Sure. I misread my recertification date on my transcript and put myself into a tizzy last school year, because I thought I had to recertify, and so I'm ahead of the game, which is nice, but I was able to take the leadership course as well as the ESE course through professional learning so that I could make sure I had all the hours I needed to recertify. I guess we have a few educators on the board in case no one knew, so don't ever let your teaching certificate expire, friends. It is such a pain once you let it expire. Just keep on doing those hours. So I want to give props to that and being able to very timely, very efficiently be able to complete that coursework. I do hear, obviously I had hesitation about removing permanent subs from sites through attrition and really trying to address how we fill seats that are vacant at some of our schools that struggle the most. So I do believe we've made positive strides towards meeting those needs. And people across all sites have positive things to say about the way that we're filling vacancies with subs today compared to where we were 2 years ago. We basically used a Rolodex 2 years ago, which is pretty wild to think. I remember when I came to Marion County, growing up in Orange County, we used Kelly Services. And so I remember coming and becoming an administrator in Marion County. And the secretary, I was like, okay, well, how do you get subs? And she literally just had a Rolodex. And she was like, well, we just have a few people that, always sub for us. And that concept was just so odd to me because we are a pretty big district, and to just use such an old school way to secure subbing. And so to Dr. Campbell's conversation about the reason for absences, I do think there's value in making sure we understand, for instance, if an entire language arts team at Westport High School has a planning day or a training day, that's significant, right? But I also believe that if the principal finds value in allowing the teachers opportunity to do that supporting that is important. And so we don't necessarily want to use that data to then say people who are using sick days, right? Because that's not necessarily the same. And so having some ways to disaggregate that data would be helpful, I think, and just getting to a better understanding of truly how many people are missing work because they're sick, or they're pretend sick, but they just didn't want to come to work. Understanding that has a little bit of value. So I will say, I think that there has been so much improvement over the last 2 years in what we're doing in human resources, not just in the way we forward face to the community, the presence we have. We are everywhere doing all of the things. We are in all parts of the community. We're having conversations about what it looks like to work for Marion County Public Schools, but also internally. I think most of the pain points for lots of our departments historically has been how we communicate internally and how we function internally. And there has been such a positive trend amongst even our administrators in their conversations about the efficiency of HR and the processes and the quickness and response and communication and addressing things that need to be addressed and supporting administrators when they need support. They're able to pick up the phone and have a conversation and get an answer because they are not always the resident HR expert. That's why we have a wonderful HR department. And so I just want to give you guys props and pride on your ability to really transform what we've done in HR over the last couple of years. There really is such a positive vibe around HR these days, and I'm grateful for your leadership, Ms. Morant, and the team that's been here today. And as you said so eloquently, all of the team that's back at the office working, truly they're the boots on the ground. They're the ones that are doing all of the tireless work, and appreciative for all of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
Excellent presentation this morning. I was a little apprehensive about this because I saw so many slide numbers, and I said, "Oh God,
We're working on that, Reverend
it's
Cummings.
going to be a hard one." But it wasn't. It didn't lose me. I think all of us have had something to say about the substitutes because that was where I wrote my note said on substitutes. It seems like this process, this ESS is really working for us, and so I'm appreciative of that. I can tell you, I've gotten less phone calls or communications from schools when it's coming to substitutes now. And I did also the other thing I saw in this presentation and the whole presentation was good. It was really good to see you guys as one team. It was really good to see you as one team. I think in the first time since I've been on the board that all of you have kind of come together in this cohesive to bring this presentation for the strategic plan. The one thing I saw, and this Ms. Nunn, this one for you, is EWU now. She'll get that one. That's my alma mater. So see, I can put the U on, but it was great. I'm just kidding. It's great to see that you guys are reaching out to some areas that had not been reached out in years past. And that was one of the things that I asked when I came on the board, that we would start tapping into some places that are closer. And I see that you guys are doing that. Recruitment is doing great. So keep up the good work, guys. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend Cummings. And Ms. Morant, I just have a few things. Some of them are comments, some of them are questions. So, and I kind of roll through the presentation, but they are pretty quick. I first want to say kudos. I think last year, when we brought concerns about the onboarding process, we were talking about a time period of almost 3 weeks, maybe longer. And so you all have narrowed that down to 7 to 10 days, I think, was shared. And so that's not easy. That's a lot of work. So just want to say thank you to your whole team, because that's a huge improvement in our onboarding processes, which was one of our main concerns as a board. So thank you and your team for tackling that. FMLA. Are there limits on that? I've recently been, I won't say a part of, but have heard conversations where there's, and I don't know, Attorney Powers, is it okay for me to ask this kind of question? It's not specific to a person, but in defense of the work that we're doing, are there limits to, can people abuse that privilege, I guess is what I'm asking, is do we have a way to counter that, or no, we don't? We have to accept it.
I'll answer that in saying FMLA is above HR, above MCPS, above the state of Florida. It's, you know, it's federal. Like, we have to follow that. And I always say, because I do not want to be in HR jail. So that's the first thing. So the limits as far as time, you get 12 weeks per year, however we defined our year, whether it's continuous or intermittent. I think the question you're asking is if we have someone that may potentially be on FMLA, and because the doctor or the medical provider has written, these are the limitations, we have to follow that. Where we've shared this next piece I'm going to share at the recent administrator leadership training we had over the summer. We found sometimes that when folks are on intermittent leave, where their doctor or their medical provider may say, okay, they may have flare-ups once per week, and an appointment once a month. But then they may utilize more than what is established there. That's usually where we kind of get the complaints from the principals. So what we shared, or what Mrs. Gary shared during that time, there's a section within Skyward that we notate, or the Employee Relations Office notates what that expectation is for intermittent. Because if they're out 6 weeks, they're out 6 weeks. It's really that intermittent leave where it's FMLA. So if there's anything above that, we advise them to reach out to Mrs. Gary so we can work through that one-on-one. Because sometimes it is warranted, we may need to get updated paperwork. Sometimes it's like, it's not, and this is outside of that. But we found that there are some principals and hiring administrators who weren't aware of that section. So as a follow-up to the meeting that you had where she spoke to every administrator that was in attendance, she also sent a follow-up email with information on this is where you can see it, this is where it's at. Of course, reach out if you have questions. And I'll echo that again, because it's sometimes hard to speak about it broadly, but if there are specific scenarios in which a principal feels that an employee may be abusing it or doing things outside of the parameters set by the medical provider, to please reach out to Mrs. Gary. You can reach out to me, and we will walk through that. But a lot of times our hands can be tied if the medical provider, and we've determined that this is legit, provided by the medical provider, has provided something, we do have to work within those guidelines. But we certainly welcome, and I know she's received calls and emails where we've kind of walked through what that looks like and next steps to help, I don't want to say remedy it, but help mitigate some of the potential of abuse there.
Okay, thank you so much for explaining that. I'm not super familiar with that process, but I know it's come up in transportation where there's a lot of challenges with that, and it does fall on a Monday or a Friday, and so then our transportation team is working to fill those gaps. And then also there's a few people that, every year they're getting their 12 weeks, and so in my mind, and in my experience, that's kind of extreme. Like, I would hope and pray that, I don't need that every year. So I just wanted some clarification on that. Thank you very much for sharing with me. I am also interested in the 250 absences that were reported. I also, if that's a partial, like a half-day absence, are those all?
These are requests. So
okay. So it doesn't have to be the full day. It could be a teacher took off for a doctor's appointment and did come in, she came in at noon.
Half a day, or they left for a field
Right.
trip, yes.
Yeah.
But what we can do, like I said, we do meet with them on a regular basis, and hearing the feedback, it looks like fully from the board, we can look at ways to have more detailed reasons. So it's already separate with a field trip or a school activity or employee out or vacancy. It's already separated that way, but we can drill down even further to be able to share more data that way. But we
Okay,
can do
thank you.
that.
I'm just thinking about all the energy and time and resources that we're putting into attendance for our students. And so we want our staff to be present as much as possible too. And so that's kind of where my mind was going. And you know, Dr. James shared about trainings and all those things. It would be great to have that breakdown of information. Okay, 100 of those were teachers that were in, you know,
And
in a
that
training for.
we can share that piece quickly with, not
Okay.
quickly right now, but quickly when we get back to the office of what that number represents. So I can certainly send an email out to you when we get back, but we'll still look at drilling down more so the call outs, but it'll show, you know, teacher vacancy or staff vacancy, field trip, school function, TDE. We can send that to you just to have, but we'll still look at even getting a more detailed look at that. But we can send that out to you today, tomorrow, no problem.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moran. I also want to share, I really hear just nothing but wonderful things about the ESS substitute program. It's one of the few things that as a board member, when we visit a school, principals are so excited and grateful and happy with that. So excited that that is still continues to go well for us. And that really wraps up any questions and concerns that I have, but I too want to thank you and your team. I do love the red shirts. I think one team, one mission is shining brightly this morning as we work together to fill vacancies and retain our staff so that our students have the best teachers and support personnel in front of them each and every day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you all.
Is there any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, Dr. Brewer, we'll move on to our next item.
Yes, ma'am. But thank you, Human Resources team. You all are amazing. And it actually, every 42 slides, I could have commented on something. So they've done incredible work. So thank you for being here this morning. Yes, I'd like to call up Mr. Welsh to the podium, and he will introduce Ms. Cheryl Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Conrad, board members, interim superintendent, Dr. Brewer. We're going to be giving some comments today from Business Services Risk Management Department. And Ms. Cheryl Brown, our risk inspector, is going to come up and talk about our revised risk management manual. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Welch, before you leave the podium, quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a very long document, so we're going to work, do we have specific pages we're going to target as we go through? Are you going by page? What are we?
Thank you for that. Certainly not going page by page. It is a very lengthy document. She's going to be going through some highlights, and so we're going to work through those areas that she's already predetermined our information that we want to share and make sure you guys have it.
Amen.
Very great, and so that sounds great. So board will try to hold our comments to the end, and she gets through her presentation. All right, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Good morning.
Good
Chair
morning.
Conrad, board members, and interim superintendent, Dr. Brewer. What? Oh, okay. I don't think I have a presentation. It's probably just that sheet. You can check, but. So first off, I want to say thank you for your interest in the district safety manual. To my knowledge, this document has never been formally discussed at a work session. So I welcome the opportunity to present it to the board and to address any questions regarding its content or our overall approach to risk management. So yes, I'm not going to go page by page, but once we've completed. If there's certain questions that you have about certain sections, then we can answer them as we move along. So there's always been a safety manual, but in 2021, the prior risk manager and myself determined that it definitely required an upgraded safety manual to meet current standards and best practices. So, industry standards contract, we partnered with Gallagher Bassett to revise the manual, ensuring compliance with Florida statutes regarding the duties and responsibilities of district school superintendents. We did an interdepartmental review, so over the span of almost a year, we conducted roundtable sessions with facilities maintenance, custodial, transportation, and other departments so that we could collect a comprehensive feedback and data. Once the manual was complete, then we integrated it into training, and upon completion, the revised manual was incorporated into our mandatory Canvas training. This year, with the help of Kevin, we are going to try to make some edits to that training. Ongoing updates. So this marks the second formal revision of this particular manual, with current updates really just limited to dates, contact information, department change corrections, because as you know, it's now maintenance and instead of technical services, so we kind of went through and made all those changes. Relevant sections were shared. I sent them out to those prior departments that I told you about where we had the round table, because some of those department managers have changed. So I sent out their relevant sections to say, hey, review this again. Let us know if there's anything changed on your end. This is really a reference guide. This manual serves as a reference for staff, students, and visitors supporting district-wide efforts to minimize property damage and enhance safety. And this version provides an overview in the manual's role in promoting a safer environment in our schools and all work environments. So I just want to say on behalf of risk management that I am so pleased to have Mr. Welch join the district. I have over 35 years of experience as a risk manager, and I am delighted to have someone who truly understands our needs and has already demonstrated remarkable initiative by meeting our team and engaging so quickly. So risk management on the claims and safety side is a complex and essential function that directly contributes to the district's financial stewardship and operational resilience. While the board often sees data on expenditures related to settlements, medical claims, and property losses, it is important to recognize the significant, though less visible, cost savings achieved through proactive risk mitigation strategies. These include thorough incident investigations, facilitating the prompt and safe return of injured employees back to work, and early resolution of unsubstantiated legal claims. Ultimately, our data show that by prioritizing preventative measures and disciplined claim management, the district consistently avoids costs that would otherwise directly impact our bottom line. So I look forward to further engaging with Mr. Welch to provide detailed insights on our processes, outcomes, and to discuss how we can continue to strengthen our risk management program and support the district's overall strategic goals.
Thank you very much. Dr. Brewer, did you want to add anything at the end?
No, I just
Okay.
want to tell her thank you for making this document, at least bringing it forward. We wanted to make sure you all saw it because, as she said, we usually don't bring this before a work session. So thank you for that, Ms. Brown.
All right, thank you, Dr. Brewer. Board, open it up. Yep, Reverend Cummings is ready to go.
Thank you. It is a lengthy document, and it is something that we all need to be very familiar with. My question to Ms. Brown is real easy. as I look through the document, there are a lot of forms for reporting accidents, and it says, have we come up to the new age where these forms are all automated, or are we still doing handwritten forms? Because look like they should be fillable documents, and it would, to me, it would be make it probably more easier for you all if they're all automated.
Yes, they are all automated. We have revised each one of them. There's a few lingering ones out there because it's hard. People are used to writing, and sometimes they'll find them in an old pile, and sometimes we'll get, older ones. When that happens, we always tell them, throw all those away. Yes, all of the forms that are in here are in the forms repository as electronic forms.
And I asked that because some of the few that I came across that said print clearly. So I'm like, I hope we.
Oh, from the manual?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, because we just, we scanned them in to be able to put them within the manual. But yes, the documents themselves, if you look down at the bottom,
Are they able to?
you'll see where it says ERMD. It tells you what the name of that is and where to find it in the forms repository.
Do they have a method to do electronic signatures as well on those documents?
We do not have electronic signatures.
I think what Reverend Cummings is stating is they still have to pull them from the portal. They can type inside the portal, but then they
Yes.
still have to be printed and submitted to risk management,
Yes.
right, Reverend Cummings? That's the procedure right now.
Yes.
It's not like an online submission.
Correct.
Okay. So it's still a lot of paper.
Still antiquated.
So, and I asked that because I
We're
think
getting there.
we talked about when we went to the automated work orders, we need to be kind of moving in that direction with some of this so that we could be just more efficient. I think it'll streamline the process.
Yeah, and we don't receive paper. They do fill them out, they scan them, sign them, scan them. Then at least, like for my department, I'm speaking for myself, then, they're kept in electronic files.
Right, yes.
If an employee were to be looking, where would they find this on our website?
Well, so there's a bunch of different forms in here. There's some that relate to workers' comp, there's some that relate to property damage, there's some that relate to transportation, but they're going to go to SharePoint, and then by department, like for all of our forms that say ERMD, they're going to just go under risk management in the forms repository, and they will all be there.
I mean the manual as in its entirety.
Oh, the manual also is on SharePoint.
So, is there a way
Under
the
risk
manual
management.
could get put onto our forward-facing website? I think it's a public document, and I don't want an employee who has a barrier with navigating SharePoint to be able to struggle to find this document unless there's a reason why that couldn't be available. But I think if it was able to go on the risk management tab for the website, so that employees or employee representatives theoretically would be able to access this, that would just be my recommendation unless there's a legal reason why we couldn't, but that's all. Thank you. Thank you
I don't
for
know
your work.
what legal reason we can't.
Okay, yes, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you, and very similar questions to what I was going to have. I know the board, we actually worked on a statute change that then resulted in a policy change so that electronic signatures are allowed within Marion County Public Schools now. So whatever we can do, I understand there's probably a cost to getting something like that, but when it comes to our employment documents, if you can buy a house now without ever actually signing something physically, we've got to get to that level of technology within our district. So whatever it's going to take. I understand you're saying that there's still a print of a piece of paper where someone is physically signing the document. Even if you don't receive the physical paper, there was a physical paper in order for them to scan it back to you. So if we can get to a point where we're not having to do that, I think that is imperative. Additionally, I'm grateful that the board has this now at our fingertips if we were to need it. It's not policy, so it's not something that we normally would see. This does fall under procedures, and I would be grateful to have it available on our public-facing website. However, we don't have to have every procedure listed on the public-facing website. So we just kind of have to start navigating what that looks like. I don't want us to go down a slippery slope of putting every single procedure out there, because then, I mean, we'll just have link after link after link. So nevertheless, this is a comprehensive document, and grateful for the team to have it, because I'm certain there are, people don't know what you do until they need you.
Exactly.
And they don't realize how much they need you until something really happens that they could have used you sooner and then maybe not have had the issue. So thanks to the team and for Mr. Welsh for coming in with a fresh set of eyes. And I'm certain that there will be additional advancements that we can continue making risk. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Ms. Thrower?
I'll just quickly say thank you. I know that you've been working with a very, very small crew and trying hard to find leadership, and that when Teresa Boston-Ellis was here, she did the best she could. Now we have, Mr. Welsh, but I understand, how small your department got under some really difficult conditions during COVID and so on, and recovering from that. So thank you for everything that you always do to keep us as risk-free as possible. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I do. Just as a reference, we handle about 350 to possibly 500 claims a year. There's a lot of claims. Like I said, you don't always see them because we close them down sometimes quickly, but we still have to go through the same process for each claim, no matter how minor.
Same attention to detail.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Brown, thank you. Just reiterating what my other board members have shared. Thank you for the work. Thank you for bringing the document forward. I personally found it very easy. It's very well organized, easy to navigate, and even easy to find what you might need. So just, again, thank you to you and your team for the work to get this updated and better prepared. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, Attorney Powers.
I reiterate what you say about that document. It's wonderful. That's great. I wanted to say a word about digital signatures. With digital signatures, it's been an ongoing issue because there used to be a statutory basis that gave us some difficulty. Now, generally with digital signatures, we have a few, there are a few concerns. One is we can accept submissions with a digital signature so long as we can verify them. We have to make sure that people have different ideas of what a digital signature is constituted by. A digital signature is not, I wrote my name in cursive font and submitted it. It is an actual digital signature, which is like DocuSign or another one of those products, which has a traceable digital ID. And that's what constitutes a digital signature. And so that, in those cases, we can certainly use them. And that's great for filing, and it's great for routine submissions of forms and things like that. What we also have to do, though, is with digital signatures, we have to also carefully gatekeep and regulate the signing terms. Signing of terms and contracts or, anything like that, because the school board is the contracting entity for all business purposes, the only signatures that count coming in and out of the district really are the board chair, the superintendent. Those are the ones that count. So whenever we have digital signatures that we're submitting to someone else, we have to be extraordinarily careful. So that's an ongoing target that we're always trying to make sure that we, disseminate that information to everyone to let them know. But I know from our own experience within legal, setting up template contracts that's been the way to ensure that we have a great ability to minimize workload and minimize, the reproduction of efforts. So I applaud our risk management team for doing the same thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Powers, for helping clarify that for us. If there's no further comment from the board, is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Brewer, moving on to item 6.1, Safe Schools Update.
And this is the long-awaited presentation on the Booster Stadium, and I'm pretty sure we can do this presentation within the hour.
Dr. Brewer, we have
Oh.
Safe Schools.
Oh,
It's Mr. McFadden next to say.
Sorry, Mr. McFadden, I jumped to the Booster Stadium, but yours will be just as exciting.
So excited.
Well, when you started that, just the
know,
long away,
I-
I was like, really?
I was
Okay.
coming down, I was like,
Schools.
just want to save the best for last.
I just wanted to
I'll
give you
take it.
some, a drum roll. So, yeah, Mr. McFadden is here for us. Thank you.
All right, well, good morning to everybody. Good morning, Board Chair Conrad, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Brewer. Thank you again for the opportunity to stand before you as we present our annual Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool, which we better know as FSAT. This is a document that we have to present to you on a yearly basis by October 1st of each year for the for the school-based assessments, and November 1st for the district assessment. So basically what we do is, in order to keep from coming back to you for the district assessment, we combine the two, the school-based FSAT as well as the district-based, so that we can get them both done at the same time and get them up to the state prior to the October 1 deadline for the school-based and the November 1st for the district-based. So Florida law requires that the October 1st of each year, all public schools conduct a security risk assessment using the Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool, known to most as the FSAT. This process is completed in collaboration with appropriate school administration, public safety agencies, and the Safe Schools Department. The purpose of this assessment is to identify potential threats, security vulnerabilities, and to help determine appropriate safety controls for both school campuses and district facilities. It provides a comprehensive snapshot of each school's safety preparedness and supports ongoing safety and security improvements. School hardening projects will start with cameras. As part of our continuous efforts to enhance campus safety and security, we are continuing to add additional cameras to all campuses as needed. Cameras will be added to all front doors to complement existing door buzzer and access control systems, improving the ability to visually verify visitors. We will also be installing additional cameras at various sites to provide expanded coverage, including more exterior surveillance. District sites, such as our transportation sites, will also be a focus as we continue to have unusual and sometimes criminal activity at these locations. These upgrades are designed to ensure consistent monitoring and safety across all facilities. Next, we'll talk about door buzzers. We recognize that some schools still present unique access control challenges. To address this, we will install additional door buzzers in schools where current systems are insufficient. These installations will allow staff to better manage and monitor entry points. District offices will also be included in this expansion to maintain consistent safety measures throughout all district-operated facilities. Access control. To improve building access control and accountability, we are implementing card reader systems at designated doors on all school campuses. Staff will use access badges to enter buildings, ensuring only authorized persons can gain entry. Due to the new language in Senate Bill 1470, card readers will be added to media centers, since any type of testing will make it an instructional space according to the new law. We should also consider outfitting district sites with card readers to maintain uniform security protocols throughout the district. And I'll explain further about the mandate that the state has put down that makes media centers instructional spaces as we go into further into the program. For my storeroom function. Okay, storeroom function locks. We are installing storeroom function locks on classroom doors at selected campuses. These locks remain locked from the outside while allowing individuals inside the room to exit freely. This change improves classroom safety by ensuring doors remain secured during emergencies without impeding exit in the case of a fire or other immediate threats. This will eliminate non-compliance issues during state visits when someone unintentionally unlocks a classroom door prior to these visits. House Bill updates. Recent updates to state law have revised campus access control requirements. Safety measures must now be in place 30 minutes before the school day begins and 30 minutes until after dismissal. 30 minutes after dismissal. Gates or other access points may be open during these times only if a locked barrier still separates those areas from spaces where students are present. These changes provide clearer guidance while preserving campus safety. However, as a best practice, we encourage staff to keep all access points closed or monitored at all times if possible. Another House Bill update is common areas and zones. The updated law also clarifies access control rules for common areas such as cafeterias and auditoriums. These spaces must follow the same safety protocols as classrooms during instructional or testing times. That means doors must be locked or actively supervised when any type of instruction is occurring in that area. Example, if a kid is in the auditorium or in a media center or in a cafeteria and they are taking some type of test, the state requires that those doors be locked. If not locked, actively manned by a staff member. Exclusive zones. Additionally, the legislation now defines exclusive zones as areas behind the single point of entry. The area within a gate or door allowing access to the interior perimeter of a school campus beyond the single point of entry, such as classrooms, media centers, and cafeterias. Cafeterias, auditoriums, etc. Must meet the locked door requirements only when used for instructional time or student testing when used for instruction. Non-exclusive zones. Non-exclusive zones are areas on campus that do not lead directly into secure student spaces, such as parking lots, stadiums, and playgrounds. Mechanical buildings. There was a big issue once before about, for instance, our Marion Technical College or automotive, and the state decided that those doors needed to be left open because there's welding, there's things going on in those classrooms that it would really make no sense to have the doors locked because you're putting the kids in more of a danger by having those doors closed and secured than it would be if they were open. So those are just some of the exemptions for that, what's considered non-exclusive zones. This is just a picture here of what of an example of anything on the inside of this here particular fenced-in area where it says exit only. That part there would be the exclusive zone because that will lead directly to school buildings, potentially classroom doors or something like that. But on the outside of the fence, which is at the parking lot or stadium areas, that is considered non-exclusive, and in those particular cases, you don't have to have any of those gates locked. You know, that's like coming off of a main highway like 441, driving into Forest High School, though that gate does not have to be locked at all times because it does not lead directly into a classroom or an instructional space. And this is the diagram that the state sent us. And basically what this is, it shows the exclusive and non-exclusive zone defined. And really it's a layered approach. Again, the exterior of the property allows for those gates to be open as long as they don't lead directly into a classroom or an instructional area. And then you have the exclusive zone, which is our interior fencing, black decorative security fencing. That's the exclusive zone, and it leads directly into classrooms or instructional areas, and they have to be locked at all times or supervised by someone. And naturally, all classroom doors or instructional areas has to be locked at all times during instruction unless they are physically manned. We continue to have our compliance inspections. The Florida Department of Education's Office of Safe Schools will be conducting unannounced compliance visits to ensure schools are adhering to safety regulations. At the local level, our own Safe Schools Department will continue to conduct annual inspections at every school in the district. These proactive efforts help ensure we are not only meeting state requirements, but also maintaining high standards for campus safety. The state has required that we do these, mock compliance visits within the district at every school at least once a year. A new mandate that came down with us, or a new law rather, is really not a mandate on us, but it allows us a better opportunity to address some of the concerns we had on our buses. As you may be aware, we've had a few incidents where unauthorized persons have boarded school buses to confront drivers and students. House Bill 1105 strengthens our ability to protect students and staff on school buses. This law extends trespass enforcement to include school buses and allows for prosecution with either verbal notice or posted signage. Importantly, law enforcement officers are now authorized to arrest individuals for trespassing on a school bus without a warrant. This provides immediate tools for preventing unauthorized access to student transportation and hold violators accountable. We have some options that we can either put some type of signage on every single school bus, or simply the bus driver, if an unauthorized person gets on the bus, says, "Get off my bus." That's a verbal indication or verbal command for them to get off the bus, and as soon as that bus driver says that, if that individual don't get off the bus, they are now trespassing on school property. We'll go into some threat management data. For the 24-25 school year, our district served over 45,000 students across 55 campuses, including public and charter schools. We conducted 1,171 threat assessments. This data highlights our commitment to early identification of concerns and providing appropriate support or intervention when needed. Looking at the outcomes of these assessments, about 80% of the 1,171 assessments were resolved early and closed as unfounded, referred as a self-harm, or considered low concern where there was no need for a student safety management plan. The remaining roughly 20%, or 233 assessments, were referred to the full school-based threat management teams for more comprehensive evaluations. Of those full assessments, approximately 74%, or 174 of the assessments were determined to be medium or high concern, indicating that our initial triage process is effectively identifying higher risk cases. Roughly 61 of the 233 would have been deemed low after further review by the team. And what that is saying is, once it got to the team level, the team got together and they determined that based on their investigation, that those 61 of those assessments will go back to the low level, again, which required no type of safety plan. So as you can see here, there's a breakdown by grade level. The majority of the threat assessments, which is over 61%, originated in the elementary schools. Middle and high schools accounted for 19%, or roughly 12% of the assessments, respectively. This trend likely reflects increased reporting and awareness at the elementary level, and elementary students making impulsive statements without thinking, which underscores the importance of age-appropriate interventions and staff training at each grade level. For example, we have this happen all the time where you got the kindergartner, 6, 7, 8-year-old, walks up to a kid and points the finger at them and pulls the trigger as though it's a gun. Those are situations where if the teacher sees that, it would just be like a discipline issue. Do the teacher call the principal every time a kid does something in the classroom? No, the teacher handles it, deals with it, makes sure that the kid is not have a means to carry out a threat. And again, the kids are usually just doing things on an impulse, just playing, nothing intentional. And so what we're seeing is sometimes when that happens, the teachers are reporting it to the principal. And when the teacher reports it to the principal, statutorily, it has to be put in as a threat assessment. So that could be an indication of why our elementary schools are so high, and we're working very closely. We're trying to work with our school administrators so that we can have some type of training at the teacher level, board down to the teacher level, where they understand that that is a situation where they, as a teacher, can deal with that situation, handle it, because the kid has no real means of carrying out the threat. They're just playing, they're just goofing off, pointing a finger. I mean, we've had kids make guns out of little Lego blocks. That does not really rise to the level of something that should go to a full threat assessment team that causes us to have to go into this whole in-depth process of doing a threat assessment. We recommend, these are some of the recommendations that we want to continue with. We recommend continuing with our core safety improvements, such as installing more cameras, door buzzers where needed. These enhancements support both prevention and rapid response efforts. Our safety work is not a one-time effort. It's an ongoing process that involves with emerging challenges and best practices. Continued investment in infrastructure and personnel is essential to maintain a secure and supportive learning environment. In closing, we have made significant progress, but we know school safety is never finished. It requires ongoing attention, resources, and collaboration. Our goal remains clear: to create safe, welcoming environments for every student and staff member. We welcome your questions, ideas, and continued support as we move forward together. And I do also want to say that I may come before you and present, but again, it's the team effort. The principals and their staff having to complete these FSATs every single year. It may seem like it's something that they'll just get used to and they'll just do it. A lot of the information is already in there, self-populated, but the state changes processes. They changes things every year, which causes principals to have to go back and look over every single item to make sure that they're in compliance with what the state has mandated. So it's a big, huge team effort from the school staff all the way up to the district staff, ensuring that these FSATs are completed and completed in a manner that allows us to get our funding through our Safe Schools grants. Dr. Brewer?
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. I'll turn it over to you, Chair Conrad.
Thank you. Board, I'll open it up for comments or concerns. Anyone? Oh, Dr. James?
Yeah, I'll just be brief. I'm appreciative of the work every year, and I think we continue to take steps to harden our schools, even in some of the work we're doing with our sales tax dollars at East Marion and Osceola, which we've talked publicly about, making those schools more secure with doors and walls, which I was having a conversation with a community member the other day, and they were just completely flabbergasted that we didn't have walls, permanent walls at East Marion. And of course, you know, educators go back to the good old days when we had open classrooms as a philosophy. So that's kind of where that comes from. But I'm grateful that we're continuing to make strides to strengthen our security and do what is best for student safety, and making sure that we are having as many preventative measures in place as we can while not disrupting the overall function of the school site or the students' participation in the learning environment. I think there's a fine line we have to walk and dance to make sure that students feel like they're in a safe environment while not feeling an intrusive presence of safety, because sometimes the more safety we put in front of them makes them feel less safe, because it feels as though the environment is not as secure as it could be. So I think we're doing a wonderful job of meeting that expectation. I certainly feel safe when my students are at school. I tell people all the time, your kid is safer behind our locked doors at our school than they are at Walmart or Target or Publix. There's an armed guard. They're behind multiple locked doors, and so they are safe. I feel very comfortable with my children being inside our schools, and I'm proud of the work we're continuing to do to improve every day.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you. We get ideas from everybody, and you said it perfectly, where I too believe that, you know, I trust the school system. I send my kids to school every day, even whenever I'm at home getting the alerts about a threat or something like that, knowing the processes that we've got in place. My family will call me and I say, send the babies to school. They're gonna be okay. promise you, they're gonna be okay. I mean, Dr. James, you said it, where else can you go in Marion County or anywhere to where on a daily basis, you got 1 to 2 armed persons on the campus, you got a fenced-in area, you got locked doors, you got all of these safety measures in place. Not at the mall,
The
not at
police station.
McDonald's. You just don't have it. This is Florida. This is where we're at, and I think we're the safest state in the country.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. Anything further? Yes, Dr. Campbell.
I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for including slide 11. I walk in and out of that gate multiple times a year, so I know that gate well.
Yes.
And just, again, for further clarification, I know that access control measures are before and after school, but gates like that are able to be open after hours, even though students are present whenever you're having games and athletic activities happening, just for clarification.
Yes, ma'am. The state, they go from year to year, they change it. And last year, it was at all times.
Right.
This year, the wording was change to 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after the end of the school day. So if the bell rings and the end of the school day ends at 3 o'clock, we have to follow these mandates up until 3:30. Obviously, as best we can, we still try and use best practices and watch and be careful about what we're doing, but that's the mandate, that's the law that we have to stay within.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
for that, I guess, updated to the, anyway, just seeing slide 11 made me laugh, because I'm like, that, I know that gate well.
I
All right,
know that
thank you.
gate. Yeah. I put it in just for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Reverend Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden, for this presentation. It shows that we are continuing to, as a board and as a district, to put safety first in all of our schools. And I was looking at the recommendations, which sometimes follow mandates that are unfunded or that are poorly funded. And so I appreciate what you guys are doing to try to get all this taken care of. I was looking at the number of threat assessments, campus, the trends on the threat assessments, and you guys are doing a lot of threat assessments on a. This is a yearly basis. This is what those numbers
That was
are?
for the 24-25 school year.
24-25. So that's a lot. So that means we are on top of some things that people may not even know that we're doing.
Right.
That you're doing on a daily basis, and that Safe Schools is doing. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that you're getting this document together now and getting it submitted to the state early so that we can be in compliance. I know oftentimes schools have to do certain things as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate the schools making sure that you guys have what you need so you can get this in there in a timely manner. But those recommendations that you have, I'm in a complete agreement with those, and we ready to move forward on this stuff. So.
And we do have to, there's times where, and I've just got one call today, where I have to maybe explain to parents because they want more done to students when their 7-year-old comes home and says, hey, my classmate pointed their finger at me and said, pow. And those parents, some parents want that kid kicked out of school, and that's just not feasible. That's just not the right thing to do. In most cases, these kids are just being kids. They're 7, 8 years old, 6 years old. There is systems in places. There is processes and procedures in places to ensure that that little pointing of a finger or saying something, just saying it, is not something that will lead into a real live or real situation. So the state requires it. The state really pushes that we don't kick kids out of school. I mean, there's actually statutory language that talks about, I want to say, they refer to like a cookie. Some kid years ago
Pop-Tart.
bit a Pop-Tart, that's what it was, a Pop-Tart, into the shape of a gun, and we're talking about arresting kids and kicking them out of school for that, and the state says, no, you can't do that. Okay.
It's unfortunate that we are in a time where every little thing is micromanaged or sensitized down to something that they think is sinister. Kids gonna be kids. We have to remember that. But as Dr. James said, I believe that sending your kid to school is the safest place for them to be every day, any day of the week. I believe that our schools are safe, and I'd rather for them to be in school than to be at home by themselves. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Ms. Thrower.
Thank you. I'll just say that I hope that all of us continue to see this as not a new normal. This is a very abnormal time in society. It comes at a universally high cost in every way to all of us, and I'm in 100% agreement with Dr. James that anything we can do to minimize the very visible signs of danger and stress and feelings of helplessness are going to be better for our kids' mental health. I mean, we hear that week after week up here from our student board representatives. It's taking a tremendous toll. So, on our youth, and it's spilling up to adults, you know. I'm really feeling it, just circumstances that have occurred over the last couple days. You know, the contrast of the vast majority of students that are in school for the right reasons. We've seen all the data, you know, our discipline data, you know, well over, close to 90% of kids never even get a discipline referral. And yet there is this very small number that have turned this society upside down. And frankly, I'm sick of it. So that's all I've got to say. Usually I'm a lot happier, but this doesn't make me happy at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Thrower. Mr. McFadden, I just want to say thank you for the work that you do. I know it's never ending. You are on call from morning till night and all through the night. And the team that your work does. I do feel that we have room for improvement on the way that we're presenting information on slide 18. And that is due to recent community conversations and situations that have happened within the community. I think that slide, the number is high, and I know that you explained to us what that means, but I think in the future, we need to break that down. When we see that elementary, we've got campus threats, threat assessments by elementary, middle, and high, and our elementary number is the highest. That does not look good, especially with the conversations we've had the last week. So I would like to request that when you update this, that we have the low, medium, and high, so that we can see that the Legos and the Pop-Tarts and all of those things, whatever that number is out of that 754, I'm assuming that most of those are going to fall into that low number. I just feel it's really important for not just conversation here at the board table, but within the community.
Well, you know what? I don't think we should wait till next year when I come back and do it.
I would agree.
If we do it, I can get with Mr. Taylor. We can get something to you. I'll get with Dr. Brewer and the team, and we'll find a time to present those numbers and those updates to you here real soon.
Okay, thank you very much. The other question I had is, and Reverend Cummings touched on it with the 1,171 threat assessments that your team does. If you're not someone that's doing that work, which I am not, but I do hear the discussion about that work, is that a public document? Can it, as a blank document, can it be shared?
I think again that a blank document doesn't have any type of student information or nothing like that on it. But I'll get with Mr. Taylor, but I think it's a public document. I'm quite sure if you Google it, you could find it, but we'll find out and let you know. Just
Again, to let the public know, when we say threat assessment, and if I wasn't sitting at this table, in my mind, it would be a one-page document, and you know, the principal signs off on it, but you and I both know it doesn't look like that, and that it's a very time-consuming process. And so I think there's a lot of value in the public having some understanding of what a threat assessment packet looks like and the toll that it takes on our school teams and your team. So that would be another suggestion I have, if that document is available. You know, just not even that you have to review it with us, but that it's available if someone wants to see what that looks like.
Yeah, the document itself would be completely public record. I mean, it's not As long as it's not filled in with any data
Correct,
of an actual incident. But in order to show people what it is that the threat assessment tool is, the tool itself is not, in any way protected or,
Yeah,
I just have a backup comment to your comment. I think it's important to note as well that almost 50% of the students who attend Marion County Public Schools are within the elementary sector. So middle and high school look separated, but if you were to put secondary together, there's actually, and I can go back and pull it up, but here I am trying to do math on the cuff. But when the percentages would look different if you put secondary together, because we have like 21,000 students at our 10-day report. We had 21,000 students in elementary, and then essentially we have like 24,000 in secondary. And so when you put those numbers together, percentages look a little bit different. And so I think that it again, grouping in elementary, middle, high, if broken down more appropriately, I think would look a little bit different.
And my purpose is so that the narrative and the information we present represents the true challenges that we face. And so just looking face value at this document, I think it's misleading. And so I think we have room for improvement on that item. But that's my last question, concern. And again, just want to thank you, Mr. McFadden, to you and your team for the work that you do every day, not just at our schools, but at our board meetings and our work sessions and after-school activities, all of those things. So it's a humongous job that is partially funded, and you are tasked with getting it done. So thank you very much.
Ma'am, and I will go on vacation in October, so
I don't blame you.
the hopes is I'm not getting any phone calls for those 4 or 5 days that I'm out of state.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
It is well deserved. All right, do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 7.1. Dr. Brewer is a little excited about this one. We're ready to talk about Booster Stadium.
Okay, at this time, I would like Mr. Tucker to come to the podium so he can provide the information that, as you know, he's going to actually give you the time frame, but this has been a requested item for quite some time, and so he has worked hard with a committee to provide us some numbers, and he'll share what that looks like. Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Good morning, Board Chair Conrad, school board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Brewer. It's a pleasure to be in front of you guys again, talking about updates to facilities, especially the Booster Stadium renovation, because we all know that that's been something that has been talked about for some time with the ongoing issues. I'm going to provide some of those things here in our brief history and some of the things that we need early on, and then we'll get into some things later on in the presentation. So just a brief history. You guys have heard this before a couple times, but the facility was opened by Ocala Booster Club, Ocala Wildcats Booster Club in 1969. It was purchased by the school board in 1973, shared by both Forest and Vanguard High Schools from the years 1971 to 2004. 1971 is when Vanguard was open, and so they both shared the field because we all know that neither one of those schools at the time had any kind of stadium on their campus, which today Vanguard still does not have, and so that's kind of how Booster Stadium evolved into being their home field of play. There's been very few improvements made. Kind of what you see out there right now is the way it was back in the day. There hasn't been a whole lot of things done to upgrade that facility or keep it up to date with the changing times. Some of the upgrades that are needed, I listed there, and they're listed a little later in the presentation as well. There's upgrades needed to the concession stand, the restrooms. There's currently not enough restroom space to bring the place up to code as far as what's required for a stadium of that capacity. Currently the stadium, the exact number, it's around 5,500 is the current capacity for seating. And then the locker rooms are almost non-existent and unable to be used. The showers are not able to be used. So when teams are coming from long distances, Vanguard was prepared this year to take a team from Miami back to their campus and allow them to use the showers in the gymnasium, which is not something that we really should be doing or expecting them to do, especially with teams coming from all over the state. So what is needed? We just talked about that a little bit. New restrooms, locker rooms, concessions facilities, an upgraded playing surface that will help withstand some increased use, upgrades to the road system on the property. Currently, every year they're doing something, bringing in lime rock, smoothing it out, and then after the rains that we have here in Florida, we all know what those roads get. So if you go to a game at Booster Stadium, you kind of know what it's like. If you go early in the season, you might get a little smooth ride, but if you go later in the season, it's going to be bumpy and there's going to be holes. And that's something that they've done throughout the years, over the past several years, is trying to maintain that road system in there too. How did we get here? Several years ago, and it probably goes back even farther than that, the stadium began having major maintenance issues, plumbing, electrical, structural parts of the bleachers, the press box. I want to say probably about 4 or 5 years ago, there was an Eagle Scout that did a project to do a lot of upgrades to the press box and replaced some windows, did some structural stuff inside, and it was just a project that young man wanted to do as a student at Vanguard High School. He was in Eagle Scouts, and that was his project, and it was well received by the community, by the school, because it did do a lot to help enhance the press box that's currently there. So there is a community group, including booster members from Vanguard, that began talking about options for either renovating the stadium or building a stadium on campus. Renovating the stadium was determined to be the most logical solution, and I can tell you a little bit about why that would be. It's not on campus, and I know we hear different thoughts and stuff about that. The parking is a great benefit to having it there. It's not off campus. If we do get to some of these renovations and it's a facility that we can rent out or we can use, it's being not on a school campus, things can happen there any time of the day, right? So you're not interrupting the school day like happens on some of these campuses when we're having things like this. So that's a little bit about how we got there. Who's some of the contributors? Ausley Construction, and you see their logo on some of the pictures there. Ken Ausley and John Ferris provided us with the conceptual drawings for what you're going to see today, and we appreciate them doing that. Donnie Stouse from Big D Roofing has been a big part of this, getting people together, bringing people together, and talking about things that can happen with possible donors down the road. Melanie Slaughter, you guys have heard from her several times about this. The mayor, Ben Marciano, has been part of these meetings. He's been in the past two that I've been present at, and he is behind something happening there. All the Vanguard High School boosters, and then I put Gary Smallridge on here. He is here from MTC. We're going to talk a little bit as I get on into the presentation and we start talking about some of the things that we can or can't do after looking at this. He's here to answer any questions that you guys have. And before I get into these pictures, I just want to say, like, going back to our motto, and I know it's been mentioned a couple of times today, but one team, one mission, it does hold true with everything that we do. And that's why I involved Gary in this process, because I've learned a lot about what it took to get that CDL school there where it's currently at, and learned some of the things that have helped it get there. But I'll address some of those things here a little bit later in the presentation. So the first picture that we see, this is what would be proposed for the front of the stadium facing 36th Avenue, right? And a little bit later, there's some things that we talk about, the benefits of this, but while I have the picture up, I want to just touch on some of the things. So the first floor, it would create it would create opportunities, not issues, for us to have either office space, classrooms, anything of that nature. on the bottom floor. The second 2 floors could be used for creating conference rooms, meeting space that could be either rented out, it could be used by the public school system. A lot of things could happen. There is a lot of space in there. I know it doesn't look like it in a picture, but there's a lot of room to create these types of things. The top floor would only be used for the press box for the stadium. That's where all the rooms would be for separate things, either coaches, officials, media, people working the scoreboard, the announcers, all those kind of things would be on the top floor. I just put another picture in here. This is what it would look like at nighttime. So this is an aerial view, and this is where we're gonna have to have a little more extended conversation about how this would look. So you can see that putting something like this would have to be, the stadium would have to be shifted back, which would greatly impede on the CDL school, which would mean it would have to move, right? So all of these things, what you see in the front here, you're gonna see some rear views here in just a minute. And it doesn't, if you look at the building closest to us, you can see underneath the bleachers, there's like buildings and stuff. That would be restrooms, concession stands, locker rooms, all those types of things. That's why you don't see any exterior buildings around. All those things can be housed under there. There's sufficient space to have storage, enough restrooms to handle the seating capacity, which we'll talk about in a minute. This would be just a night view of what it would look like. So this aerial view, to include the parking lot, shows, you can see that shows asphalt. That would be part of the improved roadways, and we'll talk about that in just a second. Keeping the parking lot grass would keep us from having to put a big retention pond on the property, which would save space. Those things have been confirmed and talked about. So currently, we wouldn't lose all the parking that's out front, right? This is one of the aerial views from the rear that I was talking about. This is from the south end of the stadium, and this is from the north end. This gives you a little bit better view of what I was talking about a while ago, how it doesn't show the buildings underneath, but that would be part of what would be proposed just to make it equal on both sides. And that has a lot to do with some of the things we've talked about in the past, with being able to have a facility where we could potentially put in to host events from the FHSAA at the state championship level, which would mean soccer, lacrosse, track, as you see it right now, and obviously football. Those are the things that could bring people into the community, which is part of the reason we were going at this as a community type project. And as I've gotten into this and worked on this, it's amazing the amount of people that want something like this to happen, obviously. And we're gonna talk a little bit more in just a second about cost, and that's where we're gonna start running into some of our concerns, right? But so as this sits, and after meeting with Mr. Smallridge several times, moving it to the back like this, yes, we would be able to put a track in and not lose any parking. That's the major thing, is to try to keep as much parking as we can, right? So by doing this also, when I started looking at it, and you start thinking about all the events that happen in track and field, even if we did this, we would not have enough space. We would not have a place to do the discus, and we would not have anywhere to do the javelin, which are both events within the FHSAA. And after speaking with folks from the FHSAA, that's not a feasible thing for them to be able to host a state level track meet, because they would have to do those events at a satellite site, and that's just not something that they particularly get into. And I know we had that conversation the other day, and I did speak to them, and that's not something that, and I understand why. Currently, they hold the state championships at the University of North Florida, and they have, it's a track stadium, and that's all that happens in there, and they have all the events right there. So that would kind of hinder our ability to put a track on the inside with hopes of doing that. Now, there's other things you can do at our level that are fine for having that, but then again, it impedes on what goes on in the back of the stadium currently with the CDL school. And after talking with Mr. Smallridge and understanding some of the ways they got the finances through grants and stuff, in my opinion, I don't think it's a good look for us to go moving something that we've put already grant-funded stuff into, because it is expensive, and we're talking lots of dollars, right? But that's why he's here, to answer some of those questions if they arise here in a few minutes. So cost and explanation of the design. If we go back to this other picture, you can see that it says $20 million funded through donations. That it should say funded through donations and capital funds for the remaining, because obviously we all understand that we have to have some kind of skin in the game, right? Like, it's not gonna be something that, yes, we can seek out sponsors, and there are people on this committee, and I wanna thank Ms. Thrower for being there the other day, because she was able to hear some of the thoughts and concerns from some of these folks. But there are people that are willing to go out and seek sponsors, if you wanna call it sponsors, for this upgrade and renovation to the stadium. What kind of dollars we would get, I don't know. And I appreciate Dr. Campbell with the recommendation to reaching out to Ms. Schaefer. And I am going to meet with her to talk about things that we could possibly get, grants or whatever, through her organization to possibly put toward this. Obviously, a stadium like this would bring, if we're hosting things like that, and I'm not just talking about FHSA events, I mean, anything else that people want to host there. I mean, I know back in the day, they used to host concerts there, and there used to be all kinds of things that the place was used for, which would generate revenue, right? And let me back up just a second, because we talk about all those things, but it also would benefit us having a nice place like this for us to be able to, and I know it's been mentioned by a few folks, to host graduations, right? So the seating capacity would have to be upgraded, and if we did something like this picture here, as it's shown, this would be 10,000 seats. And that would be 5,000 on each side. So the seating capacity would be 10,000. Do we need that much? No, that's where we can get into cutting some of our cost if it was to go in a different direction, right? Those are concrete bleachers as you see them. The cost, and I didn't put all these individual costs in here because by the time the companies got back to me, I couldn't get them in there after it had already been uploaded. So I just want to give you guys a few of those things. And there will be more presentations about this with some of the other things that we're going to talk about here in a second, with more like detailed and how much everything would be. But concrete bleachers go for $1,000 per seat. And so, I mean, you do the simple math, 5,000 seats at $1,000 a seat, that's $5 million, right? So that's a lot of money for 2 sets of bleachers. So one of the recommendations for a different conceptual drawing, which Mr. Osley has offered to do a different conceptual drawing, showing some of the things that may come out of this meeting and things that we want to see, to reduce the cost down to something that's a little bit easier to manage in the neighborhood of $7 million, versus a $20 million price tag, right? Which that's a little low considering if you factor in the other side of the concrete bleachers at $5 million now, and then the buildings underneath, we start approaching the $30 million mark. And that was brought up in the meeting the other day, and that's about where it would be total, factoring in all those things. So we talked about the seating capacity. Installing an artificial turf field and synthetic track would provide many opportunities to generate different revenues. Locker rooms, restrooms, concessions, and storage would be under the bleachers on both sides. And then the main entrance building can be a multifunctional space, which we talked about a while ago, for a variety of different things. So what are the benefits? It gives MCPS and the community an exceptional venue to host a variety of events. It brings in revenue for the entire community with visitors from all over the state, provides a venue to host graduations for us, and it provides a venue that can generate revenue for all programs with concessions, parking, and I have spoke with some folks from the villages, and if you haven't seen their stadium, it looks very similar to this. That's what we asked them to provide us, is something that looks like that, because that's what folks are gonna wanna come to, right? Something that's really, really nice. The money that they make in either parking, concessions, the rental fees and all that stuff, it is very profitable, and it does bring their school and their community a lot of incoming funds. Their sport team works the concession stands, and just one example that was given to me, they hosted a 7-on-7 tournament for 2 days, and they made $50,000 in concessions alone. So it does bring in a lot of things. There's a lot of money to be made with facilities like this, but understanding and being a realist, that's a lot of money for an upfront cost. But I just wanted to let everyone know those are some of the benefits in having something like that. So that's the end of the Booster Stadium part. I can go over the athletic renovations that we're currently doing with from the previous presentation. I can go over that real quick, and then we can have questions, unless people want to ask questions now about the booster project.
Sounds good.
You want to?
Want to let you go ahead and finish, and
Okay.
then we'll have all questions at one time.
All right, so this chart, this is what we are currently working on from our presentation back in March. This is where the $2 million comes in, and in the original presentation, the total was $1,921,000. What's not included in this chart are I wanted everyone to be able to see what schools are getting. So we know that every school is getting the same thing, with the exception of Westport, because that's what was agreed. That school would get the rubberized track, right? So, but you can see everybody is getting the same thing with everything else. The only thing that's not included on here is the cost of the concrete for the building and the bleachers that are going in at the storage buildings at the schools, as well as the bleachers for baseball and softball. And then the power in the gyms and the metal buildings, that cost is not in there. But those two things entered in bring us to the original $1,921,000. So that is the end of my presentation on those things. Dr. Brewer?
Okay, I'll turn it over to you all for questions.
We'll hear from Gary
Oh,
first.
Mr. Smollers, do you want to add, before we start asking questions, do you want to add about the CDL and the track, or do you have anything else you want to add to that?
That's a big part of it.
While he's coming, Chair, because I'm on this slide, wasn't there something supposed to be about like a field house or something for Westport, Ms. Tucker?
That was, I think we were talking about Denellen, we were talking about,
A place to change.
a place to change, and we kind of worked through that.
That was baseball and softball, that's correct.
But you're correct, we did have that conversation.
But do you need clarification for that, Reverend Cummings?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm here just really to answer questions, but I do appreciate Mr. Tucker inviting me out, and we did several walkthroughs at the site, talked through what we use CDL for and kind of that construction project from 2018 when it was done, how it got there. And we did look at giving up a good part of our area in the back that we use now. The stadium could be expanded back, it was probably 60 feet. and that would give them plenty of room. If the football field stayed right where it's at now, whether it's artificial turf or whatever you go to, you know, it's gonna need drainage, and we looked at the actual building site or where the football field is, and there's good drainage that could go down to the north fence, and there's already a drain all the way down to a water retention area that I don't think most people knew was even there already. It could be expanded and accommodate that football field. The stadium could move back about 60 feet. It wouldn't impede with the CDL program at all. It would. We'd have to move a old it's a portable classroom is what I'm trying to say. We got an old portable classroom that should probably be torn down anyway that we're using for our CDL program. There's an office it's a trailer office. It's in worse shape than the portable. So we could actually move that out of the way. There's one little block constructed storage building that's probably from the 70s that could be taken down, and the stadium bleachers could go back and up and accommodate whatever you would need in this project, and it wouldn't interfere at all. If you're not gonna put the track in and the field stayed right there, really, there might be a little bit of 50 or 60 feet of parking that's on the 36th Avenue side that you might lose. So other than that, we could all stay together and one team, one mission. CDL stays and stadium goes up and we're all happy, so.
Conrad.
Okay.
Mr. Smallridge, can you explain a little bit about the depth and the difference between the track needed for the CDL versus other track spaces?
Your typical parking lot's gonna only have a few inches of asphalt, maybe a few inches of the lime rock under it, and if you do a CDL program on just a typical parking lot over a few years, you're gonna really mess that up. You're gonna be replacing, and you're gonna redo it anyway, so there's gonna be a lot of additional cost. That site, I've seen pictures of it, and I mean, I could try to find them and send them to you if you want it, but when that was constructed, it started in 2017 and finished in 2018. I mean, probably twice the asphalt, twice the lime rock underneath it, because you have heavy equipment daily. You know, they're running over it all the time. So I don't know the exact cost of that project. I know there was a grant. I know the CEP was involved and made a donation. It was probably pushing $400,000, as best that I could come up with, because I don't have the original files. And today it'd probably be $600,000, $700,000 just to reproduce the asphalt coverage area. And another thing that's playing into all this that I'd like to say is that, you know, we have spent a lot of money that the state has given us.
Hold on.
Ross Prairie.
We have a Ross Prairie.
I guess he'll come back in and let us know if we, okay, all right.
So,
Do you
want me to continue?
break?
Oh, what's this?
Recess,
Okay, yep.
so we have more information.
Yep. We'll go into recess right at 11:34. We'll see you shortly.
It's an exterior, it's exterior. Thank you, Mr. Powers, for bringing those.
Okay, welcome back from recess at 11:41. Thank you, Mr. Smallridge, for your flexibility, and we'll continue the conversation.
Okay, I was just about to explain that since the football field and everything they want to do could actually expand back, not impede on the CDL site that we already have there, I was just going to mention that, we've done the appropriation request. Those buildings are just now finished. We have keys to them. I have the instructors for diesel and aviation. And we're very excited about getting those started here very shortly. And you guys need to come by. There'll be a ribbon cutting, but you can come by anytime, and I'll proudly take you on a tour. We're also finishing up the remodel in West Bay right now. Should have keys. Should have had them 2 weeks ago, but maybe next week. And that HVAC program and the additional welding program, classrooms and bays and work areas are all going to be complete. So that's leading into, we're going to write another appropriation request. And I know the budget with the state's going to be tighter, so trying to think of something that would be a legitimate ask that would be maybe budgeted more around the $3 million range instead of closer to 6, would be a 7,000, maybe 8,000 square foot building. And Ms. Usher and I met, and we walked our campus that we're at right now, the main campus, looked for an area. We also walked the CDL site, and we're looking at possibly doing a request for a building to add a new plumbing program, which I've written in the past, and it wasn't funded, but it was tied in with some other asks that probably wasn't as popular. So plumbing program, and we're looking at a very brand new set of frameworks that the DOE just told us about a couple days ago. It's Electricity One, so that would feed into our electrical apprenticeship program, and that would be a great day program, 750 hours that we could offer our community, get more electricians, feed into the apprenticeship program that leads to the journeyman. That's a great fit, and we could have one classroom for our CDL program during the day. And we could build our bays, our lab areas for an electrical program. They need a fake, building area with all the different breaker boxes and ways that they can run electrical lines. We have a little one at MTC. We could build an appropriate one to build that program. And the perfect building site is actually on the CDL site, because the plans, when they built in 2018, they have a 14,000 square foot little grassy area right now that is high dry, right next to the water retention pond that was built to cover that 14,000 square feet of grassy area with pavement. So the water retention has already been calculated to accommodate 14,000 square foot of pavement there. And if we built a 7,000 square foot building on that piece of property, the water retention's already there. There's no additional cost in it. And when we built that project at MTC on the main campus, one of my biggest costs that was unforeseen was the water retention didn't perk. And we dug that pond out 2 feet deeper and took all that sand out and brought in sand that would perk, and they put it back in at 40-some thousand additional cost on top of what it took to build the water retention area, and we had to come up with that money. So I'm just saying it's a perfect building site, and we're trying to come up with getting that appropriation request written and turned in very, very soon. Date's approaching, and I'd love to present it at that site for that building area. And we have a great plan that we would also use the same facility at night. Our electrical apprenticeship would use that facility at night because they're in old portables at the main campus right now, and we're outgrowing them. And we do need that permanent electrical lab. And on top of that, we could put some lighting that would not interfere with the community, that would light up the CDL lab or pad at night, and we could offer and be the only school offering commercial driving options at night while people can work during the day, get their certifications at night. It's a relatively quick program, but it would not interfere with their work, and we would be able to fill those classes even more than we do already. So at night, it would be commercial driving, electrical apprenticeship. During the day, plumbing, Electricity One, and commercial driving. You'd use that building from 7:30 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, and you could convince our legislatures that we're very good stewards of our money.
Okay.
All right behind the Booster Stadium with 10,000 people looking at it, and it would be great advertisement for us as well.
And cheering them on, yes, all right.
Yes.
Okay.
So, any questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Smallridge. Yes,
I got a question for you, Gary. I like hearing what you're saying about the electrical apprenticeship. Is there space out there for a pole yard? Would that be necessary? Because there was some talk some years ago about the city helping with a pole yard at one of our locations.
Not necessarily if we build that piece out, probably not on the back area where the commercial driving area is at.
The reason I asked that, because there was, again, there was conversation about the apprenticeship program, the journeyman program. City of Ocala is doing some stuff.
You're talking about for more like linemen?
Yes.
Yes, for linemen, yes.
Oh.
Would that be included in that program?
We would definitely be willing to work with them, but probably not that site. Probably, we'd have to look at our other assets around the county. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
Sure, I'll start.
Go ahead, Dr. Campbell.
We're on either end. I see us both with our hands up. So I'm grateful for the conversation. Thank you for stopping me yesterday at the CEP breakfast so I could be a little bit prepared for this thought process. First of all, I am super excited about both potentials, projects. I want to first have conversation about the need or not for a rubberized track on this campus. So if Marion County Public Schools athletic facilities and this direction of this board has been, we want to make our schools competitive and have equal opportunity for all of our students regardless of where they happen to go to school. Knowing obviously South Marion High will have the first, possibly, because it probably will be completed before Westport's is, maybe, maybe not. But by the time the season is in place, I don't know that Westport will have it for this school year season, potentially. So they both may be the first in the county, and then the hope, at least in my mind, and I believe we've said before, the next one might be Forest, or, or it may not be because Forest has additional issues that potentially would cause us challenges, but we may pick another school, North Marion or somewhere. So we start making rubberized tracks the standard in Marion County. Then what does that do if we don't calculate that in for Vanguard now? Would we just rubberize what they currently have on campus? Can we talk through that just a bit?
Yes, ma'am, and that's what I was gonna say. So they have a track on
Right.
campus, and it's a certified track, 8 lanes. That track could be turned into a rubberized track, giving their track athletes an opportunity to have a place to practice and stuff. May not be able to host events there, but that's not really the goal. Like you stated, it's to make sure that all of our athletes around the county have equal opportunity when it comes to those things. So yes, there is space, and it's significant space there that we could do that on their site.
Okay, so I wanted to, let's move past that conversation if we have a plan B for it. Because initially, as the drawings were submitted and the original renderings, which I'm assuming those were donated, or at least thank you to the team and the community for the willingness to jump in. You're right, I started these conversations prior to Mayor Marciano, when Mayor Gwynn was still in place, and I know all of us have had multiple conversations with multiple people about this for years now. So I'm very happy to be at this point today where we actually have a rendering of something to talk about. But if we can move past having a rubberized track on this site, knowing that potentially we could put one on Vanguard's campus for those students to have equal opportunity at some point, then I don't see any reason why we can't explore the both and that you two have presented today. I think we do have to have questions about, do we need 10,000 seats? I don't know the answer to that. I am also grateful that this would be a facility with locker rooms for home and away. I encourage this board, as we pursue additional facilities moving forward, whatever, a home and away concept for locker rooms needs to be standard. We don't need to think that our lightning plan for athletic teams who have traveled long distances is to get back on the bus. I mean, honestly, especially on Booster Stadium. But if you're on any one of our campuses, the plan is you have to go into the gym of the school. I mean, that is just not even, we live in Florida. It rains all the time. I can't fathom that was never standard. Nevertheless, moving on, grateful that the home and away locker room concept would automatically be a part of this. And would be happy to be a part of the conversations with sponsorship packets and what that looks like and at what levels of dollars we would have naming opportunities. That the Ocala Visitor and Convention Bureau, potentially the tourism development tax can be used for something like this. Not calling them out yet because we haven't asked them for anything. We don't know what we're asking for, but that's the purpose of the tourism development tax. And the more things that we can host, maybe it's the flag football state tournament or something. There are different opportunities that we certainly can bring in more revenue, not just for our community, but also for Marion County Public Schools. And so right now, because we have identified that the rubberized track doesn't have to be there, I'm in a both and thought process that as we have appropriation request, I have the aerial pulled up right now so I can see that retention pond and the square footage that is available there for the building to go for the appropriation request. And those are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Ms. Thrower?
This has been such a long time in coming. And when the question was first presented, build a stadium on Vanguard's campus or Booster, the community overwhelming support was so great to see for maintaining and enhancing the tradition of Booster Stadium. It's something that the community is yearning for as Ocala Marion County quickly morphs into what it's been morphing into. There are so many people that are missing a lot of the nostalgia of those days. And there's not one community member I've talked to that didn't share some kind of happy memory about Booster going way, way back. I mean, I didn't know that Ken Osley played football. There is incredible support, I think, already simmering to boost Booster. For the first time, I have no doubts whatsoever that if we are able to roll out a fundraising plan properly and involve every level of the community, from your $10 donation all the way up to your maybe 10 million donation. Might as well shoot for the stars, right? People have a huge emotional investment in this property. For them to see their names somewhere on that property in the form of a little brick or a giant sign, a seat would just capitalize on the support that this and love that people have for this facility. So I'm all in from this perspective. Mr. Smallridge and I have worked together for a long time and talked through a lot of problem solving at all different levels. And I got to say, it just didn't seem, and I'm still working on it, it just doesn't seem that compatible. I'm thinking if we're going to boost Booster, then it should be a stadium property with the ability to do other things with it as time moves along in the sports-related vein. But as always, sir, you present a very good, succinct, clear argument as to why you think your idea is great, and that's what I was expecting. And I can't say I disagree. I did think a little bit about the new warehouse property, the old Phoenix Center. We already have trucks coming in and out of there, so I would hope that the pavement's going to last a while. And I don't know exactly how much room is back there to do other things. it's disappointing that, you know, you're so landlocked, you know, down there at MTC. Because if you weren't, I would assume that you would like to have all of your programs not be so far flung. And I know you're aching to talk, so.
Well, it's to your point. Ms. Usher and I walked our campus and looked at really the only other building site left, because we just took up the most obvious one with our diesel and aviation buildings, would be we have to move, we've had 23, maybe 24 portables there, and we would have to move them off the campus. And we have our adult ed in about half of them. We have MAPS and ESE and some maintenance and different people using the 10 or 11 of them that could probably come off a little quicker. And we really would have to move all of them prior to building a building there, which makes the appropriation request really messy. And then get past the portables being moved and relocating everybody that's already there, and now you have water retention issues.
Right.
And, so that's the biggest problem with what's left is, can we build there? Yes, but we would have to add another water retention area, and that ground doesn't perk very well to start with. So we found that out with this other project. So the perfect location for me in my eyes was not, I mean, it does seem strategic. I want to build a building here so we don't move our CDL. That might have played just a little into it, but what made more sense was that the site is a perfect building site that doesn't require water retention, which makes it a cheaper ask.
Understood.
Okay.
And I guess my question would be, just as we continue to think through this process, you know, would the new warehouse property have the topographical attributes to not need a bunch of retention work? Is there room there for it? You know, in my mind's eye, I'm seeing trucks coming in and out of there already. Anyway, there's some buildings back there that I think are just used for storage now. You know, I don't know. That property popped into my mind.
That might be a great place for what Rev Cummings was talking about. We could look at that for partnership with training linemen with the city of Ocala. We already train city of Ocala commercial drivers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and we're just so fortunate to have some land opportunities.
Yes. The other thing just to think about, though, I know that grant money back in 2018, whether it was $300,000 or $375, whatever it was, if you think about it, though, it does not look real good to take a grant, build with state money, and then 5, 6, 7 years later, we're tearing it up and asking for more money to possibly build over top of that. I know it's small money in the scheme of the price of this project, but it's still a pretty big amount of money that we've utilized it well. We have a successful program running at the commercial driving site. So it just, to me, seems like we're gonna ask for more money, but we did great over here building these buildings and everything, but is it great to take the money, build something, and then tear it up a few years later? I mean, that's what I would want you to consider.
Right, and I understand that, and we kind of plunked it there because the property was available, and at that point, there was no conversation going on about doing anything with boosters, so, you know, fast forward, and now here we are, so, anyway, that's all I have for right now, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. Yes, Dr. James.
Thank you. I don't have much for Mr. Smallridge. I think that the plan as presented, I think, is the most appropriate for sure. I want to first say that this looks wonderful, and donor-funded sounds very achievable. But I want to go on record to say I do not believe, and this board member will maintain, that we can prioritize even a $7-10 million project for an athletic facility at one site without addressing some of the systematical academic needs at our school sites, in addition to the failing infrastructure from the athletic side of it at the rest of the schools. So I want to preface by saying, if donor funded, rock on. You got my vote. Tell me how I can help fundraise. I am full steam engine ahead. It is wonderful. And whether that is a scaled back project that's closer to 10 million and it doesn't include a track and it has the steel bleachers instead, or it's this, what could be $30+ million project. If our community believes that we're able to raise that kinds of funds for this project, I'm completely bought in to the idea. So I want to make sure that that's crystal clear. I think that if you go through this PowerPoint and you look at some of the slides that talk about the needs, if you didn't know you were talking about Booster Stadium, you wouldn't know you were talking about Booster Stadium. Because the needs at Denellen High School, the needs at North Marion High School, the needs at Lake Weir High School specifically are just as vast and just as significant. And I appreciate the history behind Booster Stadium and am again completely on board with the improvements if we donor fund them. But the concession stands at North Marion don't work either. They flooded over a foot last football season. The electric completely got fried. The bathrooms are barely usable. And that same sentiment can be said for Lake Weir as well as Denellen specifically. So I think that it's going to be important that as we proceed forward, we stay focused on that donor-funded component and we make sure that we are equitably distributing this focus across all of our school sites that need it. I'm incredibly proud. I feel like Dr. Campbell and I, since I have been on the board, have been very aligned in preaching this prioritization of athletics. And this is the first time in anyone's history of memory that the board is prioritizing $2 million of capital money to improve athletics. And there is so much data to support student athletes and how they perform academically. It gives kids a reason to show up, and I am proud to be on a board that is prioritizing athletics in Marion County. And I am going to request that the item for the board meeting on Tuesday get moved to discussion, because I think it's important we remove it from consent and just highlight what we're doing. And the item number I'll pull up, but the item where we're discussing the capital plan for 24 or 25 going forward. But I'll send that in an email. But one of the attachments there is what we're doing with athletics. And I had asked Ms. Usher to have that included, and it's also highlighted in your PowerPoint here on slide 14. Something further that I know as a board member I want to see, and I will preface by saying this is heartburn from work of previous employees in Marion County Public Schools. But I want to see, for instance, I know for a fact that baseball at North Marion has done a tremendous job of self-funding. So baseball at North Marion, I don't believe is getting any bleachers, right?
They are.
They are getting one set?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, and then softball will get most of the love, right? And so I think it's important, for me at least, as this board member, while there is an attachment to Tuesday night's meeting, which looks similar to slide 14, being more in the weeds than that is important to me as a board member, because I want to understand exactly what we're doing at each school site. And you know, I have heartburn from last year's lighting project in auditoriums where there was not an equitable distribution at all to our high schools, which obviously has nothing to do with Mr. Tucker per se. But I want to understand just how much, because some schools need more work than others, and some booster programs have done tremendous jobs, like baseball at North Marion. It looks like CF out there, but that's because the program has spent a lot of money fundraising and taking ownership of that. And so just making sure that when we close this almost $2 million at the end of I'm assuming by next summer, the hope is we're gonna have spent the $2 million. And when I go and I visit campuses, I'm gonna be able to see that they all look the same. And that is, I know for me, my goal as a board member is that if we're doing this and we're sharing it amongst them all, then all of the schools will have essentially the same bleacher set. And they're all going to have, because we want to make sure that all of our student athletes on all of our campuses are getting access to the same. So, and I'll send that in a separate email, but I do think it's going to be important for me personally to really understand, because some schools have tennis pickleball courts that need to be resealed, which is a lower cost than like a Bellevue High School already has courts that probably need a little love or a lot of love. And then you have schools like North Marion that have none. And so they're going to get courts, I'm imagining. And so again, that's making sure we're all getting to the same starting point. And so I think I've belabored that enough, but I want to just end with, I'm completely on board with a Booster Stadium project that is donor funded. So I look forward to maybe another work session where we can revisit this with rendering that is less expensive, and maybe there's been time for the community to discuss what donors, you know, how generous our community is prepared to be. Because certainly we can't pull the trigger until there's some level of commitment. And I don't believe that commitment needs to come from Marion County Public Schools. Thank you.
Can I say something,
Sure.
James? So I appreciate those comments and thoughts. And when this came about last year, and when we were given the approval to do this, the reason some of these things were selected right here was because it's where we could get our most bang for our buck and see the most things happen at one time. We're on board with all the athletic directors have turned in their needs. These were the things that they all needed, right? And like I know when you talk to the folks at North Marion High School, for instance, they're excited about getting tennis courts because now they no longer have to go to Reddick Collier or to Coadjo to practice and sending their kids somewhere. That becomes a safety issue because they're having to drive such a great distance, right? So that's the reason that we started with these 4 or 5 things, was just to make sure that it was something that people could see. The scoreboards, they're in need, like Bellevue High School scoreboard doesn't even work in their gym. So they're gonna be the first ones that get their scoreboard installed so they can start. But they're all gonna start coming in about the same time. And Sean Duncan has been really good. We've had a meeting about how these things are gonna work, so we're trying to schedule it out and play it out where it works with his department as well. So these things can kind of be done, and the goal is to have them all done by the end of the year. So when folks come to these facilities, they're seeing that, hey, all of our schools have the same things, right? So I just wanted to make sure that we are on the same page, and some of these things that we're talking about, locker rooms and additional things, those come at a greater cost, and those are gonna be things that we have to pick the schools that have the greatest need, and they're gonna have to be on a cycle, like we did a few years ago with our gym floors. They all started to need to be repainted, so we could only do like 2 a year. And we were put on a cycle, and at the end of about 4 years, everybody had a freshly painted basketball floor, and they'll be good for, 10, 12 years before it has to happen again. So to your point, like we are on page with that, and all the athletic directors are doing a good job of picking the things but we will get into those bigger ticket items, and it's just gonna take us more time to get there.
Yeah,
with those
absolutely.
things.
And I totally agree with you, and I think the board, we obviously have had this discussion before, so I appreciate the choices and the direction we're going, because it does give everyone, it shows an attainable thing, that this money is reaching all schools, and I think that is really important. And Westport is gonna get the track, which is amazing. And then I think, the board will have to have further discussion at a later date, sometime in the spring, I imagine, about, well, what do we do next then? And what a blessing it is that we're able to prioritize that amount of money and continue to put it towards athletics. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
Sure. Thank you. I had a couple questions, and then I got a couple of statements. Mr. Tucker, and I'm going back in my head from the mid-'80s to when I played at Booster Stadium. It was old then, and it was dilapidated then, but we made it through. However, I remember some specific issues, and I think I remember these issues coming up again recently. Wasn't there something like really, really bad with the septic or the plumbing or something, that we weren't connected to the city or something? Did that ever get resolved?
So in our meeting the other day, I didn't know this, but apparently there is sewer out there now. Is that correct?
Because it was a septic, right?
Yeah, it runs along 36th Avenue, but there is sewage out there. Now, obviously, that's a greater cost because of the distance, but that's just something that it would benefit us greatly, especially like for his programs and the building they're wanting to put out back. It is a long haul, but it does get rid of the septic systems and stuff that we're currently dealing with.
Right now, we kind of have the honey truck going out there doing that one.
Probably more often than we want.
More often than not. So I remember that, and I think I remember recently that there was a game that was supposed to be going, and they couldn't have the game or something. It seemed like in recent history because of the septic. out there?
Lights.
I think they had the game, but
It was something,
I know there was a period of time last year, there was a couple games they brought in, like porta potties and stuff.
that's what it was.
And that was, I mean, that's just not a good look, and we understand, everybody understands that, right? So,
Yeah, that's weird. For us to be in a modern city, that's real outdated for something of that. And like I said, I'm going back to when I played out there in the mid '80s and the late '80s, what it was like. We talked about 10,000 seat capacity for the renovated. What's the largest seating capacity for any stadium that we have in our school system?
Booster,
And it's
5,500.
It's 5,500.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, hearing that, if it's the largest right now, 10,000 is a lot. I don't know why we wouldn't want 10,000. I can possibly see us being at 10,000 some years down the road, just how things are growing. But if it's going to be cost prohibitive for us to have a 10,000 seat.
I think some of the conversation and the reason we were looking at that was, A, things being hosted at the FHSAA state level, and a nice place for us to have high school graduations that would accommodate people. I mean, honestly, I think when you look at what the seating capacity is at WEC, it's around 9,000. We could probably get away with reducing the seating capacity to 8.
That's the number I'm at right there, 8.
Yes, sir.
That's the number I'm at right there, 8.
I have actually, we're gonna have another presentation about this, obviously, with some other things, and when Mr. Osley and them offered to do another rendering, we're gonna do one without a track and showing like steel bleachers, right? Because the difference in the cost, you're talking, it's half the cost
Right.
for steel bleachers, and they could come with backs on them. So where, it's more comfortable for people when you're dealing with things like graduation and stuff for several hours. So there will be another presentation with a conceptual drawing more along those lines, showing improved concessions and restrooms and all those things.
Okay, you just hit the number around the head. That was confirmation for me, because I had 8 in my head. And Board Member Thrower, yeah, Ken Osley did play football. We were on the same team.
Thought I had that
We were on
right.
the same team. He was a defensive back, a little small.
Wow.
A little small.
But I bet he was
But
fast.
but he was fast. And
Fast. I bet he's
he had a little
fast.
tenacity to him. So don't y'all tell Ken I said that he was.
You're on public record.
You might be watching, just so you know, Mr.
Yeah. And then the other thing, my final statement with this is, I have to totally concur with Mr. Smallridge. Board Member Thrower, you and I were on the board when we put that driving pad back there.
Yeah.
And the money came from, I think you said what, about I remember 425 or something like that. I think, I don't remember the exact amount, but I just keep remembering that number, 425.
Find it, I just talked to people and they said it was right around the 3.
Right.
Okay, yeah, and I remember we had a big opening and all that stuff.
Yeah, we had the ribbon cutting.
Ribbon cutting, yes, and it was needed, and it was an accomplishment because the grants that came through, all the funding that came through, and then here we are, 6, 7 years later, saying we're gonna, all that was for nothing. We're gonna tear it up and get
We're not
rid
going
of
to get rid of the program regardless.
it. Yeah, so I think it would send a bad message for us to just undo all that. So I concur with you on that, Gary. So I'm in favor of us scaling back some seats, definitely some seats. I'm definitely in favor of even donating, getting donors to pay for some seats or some bricks or blocks or some wall or something, whatever it is.
We're hoping all of it.
Community, yeah, all of that the community would come together, because again, for it to be in 69, that's the year I was born. So it's been around a long time. So, and a lot of us that have played out there, cheered out there, whatever, we're invested into this. So let's do what we can to get this really taken care of.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
If that's okay to have a conversation. When it comes to the CDL program, that to me was the kickoff to the new era of really prioritizing career and technical education, which, you know, over and over again, that's something that's been a huge priority for me, and also for you too, Rev. Cummings. And then as the board's members changed, everyone else has been all in too. We've got very high-level academic programs, but we really, really needed to start focusing on career and technical education. So I'm grateful to Mr. Vianello, and I continue to be grateful to you, Mr. Smallridge, because you're just doing a fantastic job. And, you know, if it makes more sense than not for the program to remain there and have enhancements, and we can still do what we need and want to do as a board to boost Booster, then, you know, that's a great point to move forward from. I keep thinking about, and having started my career at North Marion High, I know how the North End, good old Cow Patty High, with, I can still see them, the fly strips hanging in the cafeteria. You know? I mean, is that not gross? But that's what it was, you know. We as a board have come a long way already in trying to, now that we have some funds, to make up for just all of these years. Everyone wanted those facilities to be better. Heck, I remember when North Marion High had a great tennis program with Coach Plumley, and they put a building on her tennis courts and said that she would get her tennis courts. Well, fast forward, still no courts. So she'll be really happy to see courts there. You know, Vanguard's never had their own stadium at all. And Booster hasn't had, it's right here in slide 2, hasn't had much of anything in 50 years. I mean, we're bringing in honey trucks and outhouses and everything else. You know, you have to laugh because we've made it, we've still done it. You know, we've still made it through. Vanguard has a fantastic football program. You know, it just goes to show you, you don't have to have the Cadillac to have quality. But I appreciate Ken Osley and his team for donating this Cadillac, you know, drawing of what could be. And then very generously in the meeting saying, you know, depending on what the board seems to have the appetite for, I will gladly, you know, modify the drawings and for free. That's what I mean about the level of community commitment. And not everybody's going to be able to give $1 or $2 million or $5 million, but I can guarantee you that if this is marketed right, it's going to fly. So the hard part is that people want to see results right away, and we need to start with the non-sexy stuff like plumbing. You know, the underground stuff that people aren't going to see right away. And so it's going to be important. I feel like we're almost forced because of lack of funding, unless we just get a $20 million donation all in one fell swoop, which of course would change the conversation. But it's going to have to be kind of a phased approach because it needs things from the underground up. So, Mr. Smallridge, I'm in.
Won her over.
That's right. He usually does. He makes so much sense, it's hard to say no.
If you guys go ahead and take the plumbing all the way from the road to the Booster Stadium, it's going to be that much closer to my building. So can y'all do that first?
Or maybe
your kids can learn how to put it in.
maybe your appropriation can bring it all
And
the way
include
to
the plumbing.
you,
That's
and
right.
then we'll just tap into it.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, with no plumbing, no building. Come on, let's put it. Yeah.
Yes.
So, absolutely grateful for the conversation. Just one point of note that I wanted to make. I understand we certainly want this to be donor funded as much as humanly possible. We need to get real concrete numbers as to what that looks like. The board will then have to determine how much of that we have to have promised before we start doing any construction. Because, I mean, this will be a board undertaking. The difference in Dr. James' position and mine a bit on this particular project is because I do believe that this board can and potentially should prioritize a revenue-generating facility. So that's different than anything Marion County Public Schools has put into construction at all. I mean, everything else we do is certainly student-focused, student programming, all of that. And while this Booster Stadium renovation and boosting Booster, which is so perfect for the capital campaign, all of that will impact students as well, but it will be a first of its kind official Marion County Public Schools revenue generating facility. And we don't have anything like that. So I'm interested in that further conversation because certainly we rent out our auditoriums from time to time, but the function of this is our school board those kinds of things. But the primary function of this beyond the, 10 football games or whatever might be, soccer, that Vanguard will be able to use it, will be to rent this facility out and actually be revenue generating for us and cost saving for us. Because if it is the seating capacity of what we're currently renting at World Equestrian Center and or Southeast Livestock Pavilion for graduations, and that will be 10,000 plus per school cost savings for us to be able to have the facility to do that. And so that makes this project a little bit different for me. I understand, completely respect all the other things that we've discussed, the equitable distribution of athletic facility funding and how we're able to make sure students are getting what they need. But as we calculate bringing in sponsorships and having this paid for primarily by donors and grants and however that can happen, we also have to think about the revenue generation and how that's going to impact the school district long after we're all gone. So.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Mr. Tucker, you've been standing here for quite a while, so I'm gonna keep my comments and questions brief. I am feeling along the lines of Dr. Campbell. Historically, Marion County, we've been just trying to keep up. Even with our schools that we're building, the 2 new schools, they're almost full. And so I would like for our next presentation for there to be some data. I know you said, you took ideas from the Villages High School. Bring in some data, how they chose that number of seating and what kind of revenue they're bringing in year round. What kind of money are they making? What do they have to spend, to maintain it? But what are they clearing? Because we haven't had anything like that in Marion County, and I'm so excited. Just the possibility of having concerts and other things where we have the potential to bring people into Marion County for activities, and that will fund things that we need in athletics. And so, my first ask is some data. Why did the Villages go with 10,000 seats? What does that mean for them? What revenue does it generate for them? Are there seats that are empty, part of the time, or are they filling the seats? So I would like to know that. I'd also like to know a few questions. I don't want to put you on the spot on this, but for your committee, has Megan Magamal been a part of your committee?
No, ma'am, not.
Okay, I'd like to ask her to the table, if you would, please. A lot of funding ideas, and she's a wealth of information as we start, because I'm hearing consensus from the board. Everybody's interested, getting some ideas about taking in funds, fundraising, and how that could be set up. I also, Dr. Brewer and I were recently a part of a conversation with the county, and there's some interest in some partnerships there. So is anybody from the county been invited to the table?
Not at this point.
Yeah. Okay. All right, as you move along, I don't know when you feel it's appropriate to begin those asks.
In the city too, because it's
And
in
the city
in the
too.
city.
So, well, the county had come
Right.
specifically asking about recreation areas at one of our last meetings. And so I want to invite anybody and everybody that is interested in promoting. I see some gigglings going on out there, I'm not sure. But anyway, we're interested in the conversation. I want everybody to be welcome. And look forward to moving this forward. It's something exciting. So thank you so much, Mr. Tucker, for your work.
Thank you all.
I can add one thing, Mr. Tucker will get more details, but when we did the tour of the Villages Charter High School and we walked the athletic facilities, and that was a couple of years ago now, but one thing, they set all of their dimensions and expectations were set based on the FHSAA guidelines, so they could host state events. And so that was the driving force, but
That is correct.
yeah.
And I believe,
Go ahead.
if I had to guess, it's in the plans for them to do what you saw in these pictures. They don't currently have that on the visitor side, right? But it's in their plans to do it. They've built everything out, all the concrete's there. I think they're waiting to complete a lot of the hotels that they're doing out closer to the interstate, because then that allows them to put in to host all these things to where people have a place to stay. I mean, they are smart about the way they go about things, and I think that's what they're waiting on, because that's a $5 million investment that's gonna bring them a lot more money down the road. So, but Dr. Brewer's correct. That's why they built all the facilities the way they built them.
And they did that even for their auditorium. That's why they faced it in a certain way for direction for the outside parking lot. So that was the mindset behind it, was a revenue generating facility.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank
Is there any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to our next item, which is workforce housing. Attorney Powers, are you still taking the lead on that?
Yes, that's the one that we have a meeting set up for next week. We have returned red line edits. We've removed all the ones that we have solved. We also have a staff meeting between now and the time that we're going to meet with Upward Communities again, so that we can continue to hash out and develop any questions we have.
Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Brewer, anything you'd like to add to that?
Nothing new.
Okay.
Thank
All right. Is there any public comment on workforce housing? Okay, thank you. And item 9.1, oh, you're right. Dr. Campbell, did you want to share something?
No, I've had conversations with Mr. Roberts and Upward Communities, and they're just excited about the moving forward, and they've had a great conversation, I understand, with Dr. Brewer recently, and so seems like things are moving along very well.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Superintendent's timeline. Attorney Powers, you want to tackle that one also? I have a brief note.
Tackle it just to the degree that I know, which is that at this point, now that Kona Silence is closed, it would be for you and I to get together, as board chair and myself, get together with them just so that you can initiate the conversations with how they're going to set up an initial conversation with the board in public about what their services will be and how they'll go about it. So there'll be an initial meeting. They will probably, and it's within our budget of the contract, they'll probably fly down here in order to meet with the board for exactly that. Then from there, they will be directly in communication with the board. There's not a business owner, so to speak, on this model. It'll just be, they'll be in direct communication with the board chair and then be directly communicating with the board via reports.
Okay, thank you so much. Board, any comments on that?
I guess my only just comment would be, when we went through the RFP process, the timeline that was presented was essentially a decision to be made almost by the end of the 2025 calendar year, and then essentially a 3-month and 90-day holding period of sorts, with someone starting by April. So seeing as it's September 18th, I guess I'd like to at least get some level of a timeline, I'd like to see something on paper of where we're going.
And as soon as we can line up a meeting, I know that that's your first request, so it's at the top of my list of things to get ironed out. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. And a timeline very similar, my conversation or question would be about that. And I would also inquire if the board wants to have a conversation about assigning one of us to be the person that sees this all the way through. And my only question on that, nothing against you, board chair, sitting in that seat, but potentially in 6 to 8 weeks from now, we may have a different person sitting in the board chair seat. And so is it something the board wants to have a conversation about that just says XYZ board member is going to be the point of contact for Attorney Powers moving forward on the superintendent search? And that's just an open conversation I'm willing to have if anybody else is. To make the board chair your point of contact and then potentially us have someone else sitting in that seat in a few weeks, that might cause challenges for us. It may not.
Powers, do you see that it being a challenge if there's a switch of board chair? I personally find every single person up here capable of handling that transition, but I would take your recommendation.
It can be done either way. Honestly, I think that the board chair would be the person who would most likely be directly speaking for the board on items, but I think this is a process by which they intend to be providing the board members individually with the same data sets, to be emailing all board members, and then collectively, when we have a discussion, we'll be getting together. So as far as, I don't think that any one board member is going to have any more or less information than any other at any point in the process.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Powers. Reverend Cummings.
Chair, let me chime in on that one too. When we got an appointed superintendent, we went through 2 chairs at the same time because it switched over from Ms. King to me, and it was still a seamless process. So I think you leave it in the board chairs.
And I think the board chair's main role is just going to be to coordinate, having them, logistics of them coming to meet or things like that. Otherwise, any board member or all board members communicate directly with them. I don't think, they don't necessarily need a point person except for making arrangements for when they would actually be here.
Okay. Any further discussion on that item? Okay.
Oh, by the way, we did recently get Mr. Rios got some budgetary shifts for us so we could get them paid. So that's been their contract. We've gotten the purchase order for that. So everything is on the way. And
that was our first challenge. You are
that's
correct.
right.
All right. Thank you very much. If there is no public comment on the superintendent timeline, I will move into meeting reminders. The next school board meeting is scheduled for September 23rd at 5:30 p.m. Next Wednesday, we have an early release day, also on the 24th. There's a school capital outlay surtax oversight committee meeting scheduled for September 24th here at MTI at 4 p.m. This year's legislative delegation meeting is scheduled for October 1st at 11:30 a.m. at the Klein Center. There's a special school board meeting scheduled for October 2nd at 7 a.m. and an administrative briefing and work session scheduled for October 2nd at 9 a.m. On that same evening at 6 p.m., there is a centennial celebration for Osceola Middle School. That concludes my meeting reminders, and we'll move into board comments. Dr. Brewer.
Okay, I have 3 things. I just want to remind the board and the community that we have our first town hall gathering tonight at Lake River Middle School. The event will take place starting at 5:45, and we will take questions from the audience for the first 15 minutes. They will jot down their questions as I do 15 minutes worth of introduction, just statements and some overall information about our district. And then the remaining time will just be for me to answer questions from the community. So we're looking forward to that. Also, I want to acknowledge the Give for Marion campaign, as it doesn't directly, it's not a Marion County Public School event, but I read in the Ocala Gazette that we had 100 nonprofits that benefited. And that's with 5,000 donors contributing, and they raised $2.4 million. And so we know that our students do benefit from that generosity, plus our families. So it's a really impressive event that takes place in Marion County. So I wanted to give credit to everyone that contributed to those nonprofits. And then I want to let you know in the community as well that next Wednesday, I will be in Fort Walton Beach to present our plan for Oak Crest Elementary to the State Board of Education. And we're really proud of what they have already shown us. And I'm just excited to represent Marion County and let the board know, the state board know how confident we are that they will come out of the D status and even higher. But with that, Mr. Whitehouse will cover for me at the board meeting next Tuesday night, which is September 23rd. That's all of my comments.
Ms. Connor is going to cover for you for our surtax.
And yes, ma'am, Melissa Connor will cover for me for the surtax committee because Mr. Whitehouse and I both will be at FADS on that Thursday, Thursday the 25th. Yes, next week's a busy week.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Prestopino, you have any comments for us? Thank you for joining us today. Attorney Powers?
I will be attending the September 24th meeting of the School Capital Outlay Surtax Oversight Committee. I believe it's imperative I give them a little bit of a update on the scope of what they need to be looking at, as well as Sunshine Law and how it applies to that committee. So I'll be giving them some updates there at that meeting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us next week. Dr. James?
Sure. Thank you. I will attempt to keep this as brief as possible. I wanted to give a recognition. Madison Street Academy had the highest attendance yesterday. It was 98.17%. And it highlights the work we're doing in attendance. District-wide, we have seen such positive trends with attendance. Truly, there has been such an improvement. I will note yesterday was Camp Read a Lot, and there was a highly incentivized day to attend Madison Street Academy. But I wanted to acknowledge that, and just overall the work our principals are doing and their staffs are doing, their PTOs are doing to continue to incentivize students to come to school each and every day. I got an email from a community member, and so I just wanted to share this acknowledgement regarding the incident yesterday at Fort King. This community member was sitting on her mother's front porch, which faces Fort King. And I'm just going to read, it's a few sentences, but I think it highlights the work that we're doing, not just at Fort King, but at all of our schools. It says, I watched firsthand from my mother's front porch as the Fort King alarm went off yesterday and the students gathered outside. As sometimes kids do, one suggested they needed to run as far away as possible, and so through the neighborhood, a small remnant went. One of the admin gentlemen ran, not walked, and calmly, swiftly, and authoritatively wrangled them all back, and after clearing our block, hopped in an OPD vehicle with an officer to comb the neighborhood, making sure everyone was accounted for and back on campus. We were very impressed with his care for students, calm demeanor in chaos, and professionalism. And while thought it was Mr. Carter, it was actually, yes, Mr. Kassane. And I just wanted to share that, yes. I wanted to share that publicly because it truly, we never know when people are watching, and especially in a neighborhood school like Fort King, there's so many people watching, and our staff is doing such a wonderful job of representing themselves professionally in all settings and even in a crisis. And we're just grateful for the students who continue to make positive choices and do what is best every day. I finally just wanted to share a few thoughts, and board, you received some data in your inbox, and that from Dr. Curley, and that data did come from a request that I had submitted. We had an incident, I guess last week, with a student who made a poor choice with a weapon and bringing it onto a bus, and that then triggered some reactionary comments throughout the community, including from the sheriff, and there was recommendations made that the sheriff should be doing administrative searches on our elementary campuses. And while I want to respect and acknowledge that the administrative search procedures are the superintendent's purview, I do want to recognize also that the board was a part of the conversation regarding implementing those procedures. I have memories of sitting with Mr. Vianello and Mr. McFadden, having conversations about what the procedures looked like and how we were going to implement them. So while it may not have come to a public meeting, I'm not sure of that. What I know for certain is the board was included in what that looked like. So I thought it was being a data-driven leader myself and believing that the leadership in this district, as well as throughout this community, is a data-driven community, I thought it was important to look at the data for elementary offenses. And I asked staff to go back a decade. So from the 2014-2015 school year to the 2024-25 school year. We, by the way, for context, had 30 elementary schools essentially for the most of this period. There were 43 total incidents in a decade across all 30 campuses that included a quote-unquote weapon. 43 for an entire decade across 30 campuses. 11 were not weapon-related, meaning that the weapon wasn't used as a weapon, so the student had possession of maybe pepper spray or a pocket knife, but it was more contraband. It wasn't used as a weapon. So 32 would be considered weapon-related, which is essentially, over the course of a decade, 1 per year, when you're looking across all of our schools. There were 21 that was a knife and 11 which were other weapon-like. So that would be like a toy gun or what could be considered something that would be perceived as a weapon, like a sharp object. Scissors, potentially. There were 0 gun incidences over the course of a decade. And that's not location-specific, so schools, buses, anything that would be considered Marion County property for elementary-age children. In making data-driven decisions, I think it is incredibly important that we acknowledge this data, and I, as a board member, will proclaim today, I think it is completely inappropriate to expand our administrative search procedures onto our elementary campuses, where our children are learning such formative skills, and we have already created such a secure environment that there are moments where those children are incredibly traumatized by some of the things we are legislatively required to do, like ALICE drills and other security measures. I do not think it is necessary at all to expand the procedures into elementary school. I know that the draft procedures would include only 3rd through 5th grade and wouldn't have the students wanded down, but I think it's important to note that the weapon that was discovered would have then not been noticed because the child already had a safety plan and the child was not bringing a backpack to school. So searching backpacks would not have found this weapon. So I can't say it with enough passion. I am vehemently against expanding these procedures into the elementary school setting in any way that is going to make children aware in the elementary school setting that we are doing it. So if a dog wants to come on campus and walk the halls and sniff backpacks while students are in their classrooms learning, I could get on board with that. If a dog wants to go into a classroom while students are at PE and walk through a classroom while students are not in the classroom, I could get on board with that. But what I am not going to get on board with is disrupting the learning of elementary age children and making them get up out of their room and go stand in a hallway so that a cop and a dog can go through that room and disrupt their learning, and then they have to go home, and their parents, which I am a parent of 2 elementary age, what will be 3 elementary age children, and explain to my child what that dog was doing. I'm not okay with that. I will never be okay with that, and I just wanted to make sure that it was crystal clear to this community and this board that that is where I stand on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
Thank you, Chair Conrad. It's been a lot said and done today. This has been a very, very productive work session. I hate to kind of piggyback off of Dr. James on this one, but on last week, we all know that there was an incident in one of our schools, one of the schools in my district, where a student did make a poor decision. I want to look at it from a different angle. I commend our staff for the job that they did in this situation. I commend our transportation department for the decisions that they made in making sure that this did not blow up into something else. It could have been a lot worse. I commend the students that saw something and then said something. To me, that has been a much more effective campaign of seeing something, saying something, because that's quicker than, that has been quicker than anything, and it has been very effective. While this board, and I truly believe every person on this board, our superintendent, every staff member in MCPS, truly prioritizes safety of all of our students and our staff. I don't think any of us have pushed that to second place or anywhere. As parents and grandparents of students, we prioritize that. We want our schools, our buses, our bus stops, we want all those things to be safe. And I can understand how in certain moments where our passion may come forth and things may be said, but I do want the community to know that this school district, this board, and I want to speak for the board, this board is serious about keeping our schools safe, keeping every kid safe, and making sure that they go home better than they were when they left home. And so there were some things that kind of came out last week, and I don't ever want anyone to think that we as a board are against any safety protocols or against anything that's going to keep us, that's going to stop our schools from being safe. That's just not what it is. We want to do whatever we can to make sure that our schools are safe. We have had a great working relationship, and we'll continue to have a great working relationship with our law enforcement agencies, City of Ocala, Marion County Sheriff's, Bellevue PD, and our Safe Schools Department. We are a team. We are a team. And sometimes our passions get ahead of us sometimes, and things kind of come out the wrong way. But I do believe that we don't want to traumatize our young people. I think the decisions that have been made in how we search schools, it was a joint decision. It was not a singular decision by this board. All parties were at the table. Everybody was at the table. The school board was at the table. Law enforcement was at the table. So those decisions that were made in regards to how searches would be done, it was a joint decision. It wasn't a singular decision by this. So I just kind of wanted to set the record straight for the community to know, because oftentimes they think just because a soundbite goes out, and sometimes people only hear a small part of the soundbite, they misunderstand it or take it for something else. But this board, and I'll say it again, I'll stand on it and say it, I'm speaking on behalf of this whole board. We do truly endorse safety in this school district. We don't want any kid, any staff member, anybody hurt or injured at all. So I'm going to close with that, but I just hope the community understands that every day, safety is the number one thing. Getting them there safety, getting them home safety, and while they're there, they stay in safety all day long. Not just our students, but our staff as well. So I hope that kind of clears up some cloudiness that's in our community, where they think that we're at war with law enforcement. We've never been at war with law enforcement. I'm former law enforcement. Mr. McFadden is law enforcement. So we're not against law enforcement. We just want to do things decently and in order. So thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I'll start by following up on what you guys have been saying. First of all, thank you, Dr. James. Whenever the newspaper, I think, contacted all of us, or possibly, but I believed that as a school board member with current elementary school students, that you are a wonderful resource to potentially talk about that, but I also want to applaud our chair for your leadership. As a longtime elementary school educator, I said you're the perfect person to comment on something like this, and I echo the same comments that you all have made, and don't need to belabor that point any longer, but thank you for your leadership, Chair, because it was very warranted and you handled it most appropriately, if not just absolutely perfectly. Earlier, you also mentioned that October 2nd at 7 a.m. we will have a school board meeting, and while we've been sitting here, we got an email that 7 a.m. meeting has been canceled. So just wanted to make note of that, because I'm checking emails sometimes, and I know you're scheduling and working on the meeting. So just wanted to make that note that is not happening. Thank you, Dr. Brewer, for mentioning Give for Marion. Wanted to speak specifically to the community for supporting our nonprofits and the $2.4 million that was raised, but specifically I want to mention two specific nonprofits that impact our schools directly, and there are others, but I'm just mentioning two specifically. The Public Education Foundation did raise more than $35,000, and that was $10,000 over their goal for Give for Marion. And then the Empowered of Central Florida, the ROC program, raised $234,000, and that was 34% over our goal. I've recently joined that board and super grateful for the work that they do, as well as the Public Education Foundation. I think it's not only important that our community understands the needs that all of these nonprofits face, but you can clearly tell they understand the impact that these dollars are making in our schools directly. And so thank you again to our community, our business community, individuals, and even those outside of our community and outside of the state who contributed, because they have loved ones here and care about Marion County. I also wanted to mention, because I did say something about this earlier, I did get notification that the communications team did not see the final proof of this document before it went to print. There are a few typos in it. I highly recommend anyone in any department, if you are going to send something off to print, please make sure you have communication proofers who are overseeing that work and see the final proof. Otherwise, we'll spend a lot of money on things that need to be updated. And then my final question or comment, I know that we do have a meeting today with Representative Henson, and we'll have a meeting next week with Representative Grow. Those will be our last state representative meetings ahead of the legislative delegation meeting on October 1st. But because one of our legislative priorities deals with gifted education, I believe the board has requested for us to have a work session on gifted and how Marion County is delivering gifted education. And I just wanted to ask for an update on when that might be happening. I think we did, if I'm not mistaken, did we request that?
Yes, and Dr. Campbell, to that, I didn't actually get to speak with Mr. Whitehouse yesterday, but there's some things in the work. And so if you would just give us a little bit of patience on that. I think that will be coming forward, but they're working out some things, some challenges maybe that we're having in the gifted department. So when they present, I would like it to be correct and what needs to be happening in our schools.
Okay, can completely respect that. Certainly that's a priority and has been of this board for at least a couple of years now. So we want to make sure we are delivering gifted education to the best of our abilities, certainly, and within statute requirements, but also understanding that we have a priority to actually adjust statute that gives us even more flexibility and opportunities for those students who are classified in that. And I'm sorry, I'll say just one more thing. Last week in Washington, D.C. was an amazing experience. What you all have done with us in Tallahassee, and we've all done in Tallahassee, doing that in Washington was a very interesting, engaging, and powerful experience. And whenever we have delegate members at the state level, we have 6 of them, but at the federal level, it's more than 20. And you think of what that looks like, and we had teams that went to the federal Department of Education, and teams sat down with the Senate chairperson over the HOPE committee, which includes education, and sitting with their staffers, and really where those decisions are being made at a federal level. Every one of our Congress people were very receptive to the things we said, and really just advocating for IDEA funding and what that looks like for our title dollars, and as they're potentially talking about dismantling the federal Department of Education, which was a bit of a conversation, they continued to say that funding will want to continue to follow the students. And so we just hope that that comes with some guardrails that says, okay, at the state level, those dollars have to get right to the communities where the kids actually are. And so that was our predominant ask in DC. And finally, being in Congresswoman Kat Kamick's office whenever the information came across the TV screens in her office of political violence that occurred in the death of Charlie Kirk. It was something I will never forget. So, yeah, but grateful for the opportunity and for Florida School Boards Association for giving the opportunity. There were multiple school board members there. There were 22 school board members, multiple school board members from all around the state that participated in that. So, thank you, board.
Board Member Thrower, Dr. Brewer has something she'd like to add real quick.
We can add October 2nd. We can add the gifted topic to the work session on October 2nd. It is pretty fast, but we can make that happen. October 16th would be ideal, but we already have such a full agenda. That one is our big one. So October 2nd.
Thank you for that. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you, and yes, speaking of full agendas, everything that we say and everything that we do directly impacts children, no matter where we are when we say it. And earlier this meeting, I shared that I hope that no one believes that, and I hope they stop saying that this is a new normal. This is a very abnormal time in society. I will continue to stand by that, and also by my statement that it comes at a universally high cost to each and every one of us. So I'm going to continue to govern myself accordingly. Moving on to a couple of uplifting things. We're always interested in the instructional calendar and when that meeting will begin to take place. And I did receive the email from Mr. Ayers that our first meeting will be September 30th. Again, we'll be looking at putting together a 2-year calendar. I imagine there'll be some choices, and I'm looking forward to the process. And then, even more uplifting, the Ocala Christmas Parade. Mark your calendars, is Saturday, December 13th. Starts at 5:30, but we know that organizer extraordinaire Sue Mosley loves to have everyone there by noon, or 3 or 3:30. We actually received a very high compliment from Ms. Mosley, who said that she's never worried about the school board because we're always on time. We are prepared. So please mark your calendar for December 13th. The Paglias, once again, very generously said that they are ready to have us on board their float. So I don't have any information about Dunellen or Bellevue. I think a couple other board members took those activities last year, so I look forward to seeing and hearing those dates whenever you have them. That's all I have.
Okay, that was fast, Ms. Thrower. Okay, I do have just a few things. They should be quick. So I wanted to thank Forest High School for the invitation to not participate, but just to be present for their 9/11 ceremony last week. It was very moving. I didn't know it was a tradition that's been going on there for a very long time. Usually there's an event at the Veterans Park, and so that's where I've been. But wow, our students did a phenomenal job. The chorus, the ROTC, really was very special. So just really appreciate the work and time that went into that program. I do have, and I've already shared this with Dr. Brewer, just would like to have some conversations, as we've talked a lot about security tonight, about our sporting events. As I attended a sporting event last week, there were some issues I felt personally as I sat in the audience now with my school board hat on, that I think we have room for improvement on. So I just would like to have further conversation on that, so that our athletes are safe as well as they're doing what they do best. I wanted to give a thank you to Mr. Smallridge. He joined me at the Kiwanis Club last Friday for a presentation and shared about our vocational programs, and they really thoroughly enjoyed that. So that was a nice highlight. I also want to thank Dr. Brewer and your team for the attendance to the NAACP on Sunday afternoon. We're just really, attendances, we're constantly working on it. That initiative, we're trying to get in to any space, to any audience that will listen, so we can share the message that, you know, every single day matters, you know, and every single day that you miss matters more. And so Mr. Whitehouse was sharing, you know, if you miss a day every other week of school, you've missed a month of school, which I thought, wow, that's a very good visual for parents and grandparents to latch onto. So just really appreciate the time that the team is setting aside to get out into the community and spread and share our goals. Dr. Brewer already mentioned we have town hall meeting tonight, so I'll skip over that. I want to say thank you to Miss Morant. She's not probably even going to look up while I'm telling her thank you. She and I have been going back and forth, working out on both of our calendars, the timeline, and working on Attorney Powers evaluation. And so, board, if you would just make sure, look over your email, that is due at the end of this month. And so I was supposed to mention that at our last board meeting, but we had a lot of extra guests. I had it written in front of me, but I failed to ask you all about it. So just want to thank Ms. Morant for her patience and guidance as we work through this. And thank you, Attorney Powers, because you've already sent some information out to us to help us prepare to do that. Some other good news. Yesterday we had 2 elementary schools that did not have business partners, but after leaving the CEP event yesterday morning, I think we have 2 businesses that are interested. It's not 100% yet, but we're almost there. So really excited to be able to say that every school has a business partner. And with that, my last statement is going to be about the discussion about security and safety at our schools. And I'm going to be blatantly honest. So the first year that we had an Alice drill, I was teaching first grade. It was extremely challenging to have those kind of conversations with a 6-year-old. After we had our first Alice drill, I took my first graders on to music or PE because they had special next. And I sat in my room and I wept. I wept. The space that we are in, the state of our country, and the challenges and the mandates that we face as a public school entity are real, and they are challenging. And they're challenging for our most vulnerable students. That being said, after practice, after discussion, 6-year-olds became proficient at going through that drill, knowing what they needed to do, having conversations. And so as we look at the conversation that's taken place after last week, as a board member, when I lay my head down on my pillow at night, because my children are through public school, they went to public school here, but my granddaughter will soon be attending. I want to lay my head down on my pillow that I, Lori Conrad, have done every single thing possible to ensure the safety of every single student. And so as I listen to the board discuss that today, I know that looks different for each of us, what we think that looks like. I also have encouraged, met with Dr. Brewer, that I also think that needs to be a data-driven conversation. We need to be looking at the data. And so even though that is the superintendent's decision, I would like it to be, the sheriff made it a public conversation. So I would like to publicly share what challenges we face and how we're meeting those challenges right now. And does your team think that there is room for improvement? Are we doing every single thing we can to ensure that our children are safe? And so I will wrap up with that. I thank you all for your patience and your commitment to the students of Marion County Public Schools and their families. And I see Dr. Brewer has her hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I just want to respond to that. And Reverend Cummings stated this earlier, but something that I think is important just to remind the community is that this agreement that includes our administrative searches, which is a random administrative searches, that decision was made a couple years ago, and the sheriff's office, they were included in that conversation. Since that time, there hasn't been a request to enter into elementary schools. So now that statement was made by the sheriff. I called him and I told him that based on his request, that I would reconvene the group and we would have a conversation about what that could look like. Not necessarily that it was going to happen the same way that our middle school and high school students are searched, but what that could look like. And because as you know, we do have a good relationship with the Bellevue Police Department, Ocala, and the Marion County Sheriff's Office, and we want that to continue. But we also need to remind the community that they are in our schools. We have a law enforcement officer, at least one, at every single school. So that they're already in our schools. So the request that has been made is the ability to do random administrative searches in elementary. So that's the request, and so that's what our group will, Mr. McFadden will work with Captain Joyner to reconvene the group to have a conversation of what that can look like. So I appreciate all of your comments. I just wanted, I didn't want to just sit back and not let you know where we are and what we're doing in response to that comment.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. I appreciate that, and I think it's a great way to close us out. So,
So can we expect a work session on this in the future then, before
that's
we
been asked
proceed
for.
forward?
We don't have a date, but I did ask for a public conversation.
So before this is going to be implemented, we are going to have a work session?
We need everybody at the table.
That's the question I'm asking.
Is your request, Chair Conrad, for a work session?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You were working on scheduling a meeting, and I know it takes time to get everybody that needs to be at the table for the initial meeting will take a little bit of time.
Yeah, but it is a priority. So that meeting will get scheduled, and then we'll bring it back to the board for a work session.
Fantastic. That's what I'd hope for. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's help and assistance today. And if there is no further business, we will adjourn at 1:08. Thank you, board.